FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. On a snowy day here in Sioux City, Iowa, we are at Olsen Stadium. Snow falling, 35 degrees. We're expecting the snow to conclude sometime during the first half of today's game. The lights are on here as we get ready for a GPAC matchup between the Morningside Mustangs and the Mount Marty Lancers. Morningside, the number 10 team in the country, they come in at 7-2 on the season, 7-1 in conference play. Mount Marty at 4-5 on the season, and the Lancers coming off a disappointing loss in overtime last week, 44-41 at the hands of Dakota Wesleyan on senior day over at Crane Youngworth Field. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Meanwhile, Morningside coming off a win with a lot of reserves playing at Doane, 42-0 the score there. And for the Mustangs, they had a lot of starters out last week, but they still managed to beat the Tigers 42-0. Tehl, it's not too often that we are here at high noon and the lights are on at a football stadium.
You know, we keep saying that, but yet it keeps happening. It's not the first time we've said it this season. And I don't think it's going to be the first time or the last time this year. We've said it last year. It's starting to become a thing, man. It really is. We keep saying, you know, it's not very often we see the lights on, but yet we say it multiple times a year. It's crazy. You got to love the Midwest. But yeah, snow day here today. We got a snow game. They've been clearing snow off the field all pregame long. And I was watching a guy out there. He had a little side-by-side with a shovel on the front of it. And by the time he had finished clearing one half of the field, it had started packing on again. That's how hard it was coming down when we first got here about 2 hours ago. Now, it's a little bit lighter, but there's still definitely snow on the ground. I love a snow day. I've been thinking about that Jameis Winston game in the NFL all game long where somebody just asked him about the snow, and he just gets this look on his face, and he's just like, I am so thankful that we get to play in some snow, and that's how I've been feeling all day. This is going to be great.
And you figure Jameis Winston played his college ball at Florida State. Yeah. That's definitely not in the snow belt of the United States. The other thing to notice here is that they have brand new field turf here at Morningside, and they have it cleared off. So the field's 95% clear, just a little bit of snow. It is falling, but the playing conditions should be pretty darn good here with this brand new turf field that they installed last summer.
Yeah, just installed last summer. I think it was the end of July when the turf actually got installed. There is a track around the field here. That was about a month later, but all done in time for football season. They've been playing on it all year long, and once again, this is only the 6th football game of the year. Or actually, 4th football game of the year here at Morningside for the Mustangs. They've won the first 3, and this is only the 4th time this turf is being used here, which is great.
Yeah, it's just a very strange thing because when you examine the schedule for Morningside, they only had 2 games at home in the first half of the season. On September the 20th, that was their first game. It was against Midland, and then a couple weeks later they played Waldorf. They've had a couple of games. They've only played 3 home games so far, but that works potentially in Morningside's favor because their final 2 games are here in Sioux City. Of course, they have the big matchup against Dordt next week. For the Lancers, they're the opposite. They had a lot of home games in the middle of the season, but they have to go on the road for their final 2 games today here in Sioux City. next week in Fremont against Midland. And the Lancers, they've lost 3 in a row, 2 in heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah, heartbreaking fashion, you can say that, and that's kind of an understatement, honestly, because both of them were home games. One of them was homecoming, the other was senior day, and they lose both of them in the final moments. 2 weeks ago, they fall to Hastings for homecoming, 23-20. The Lancers try to kick a field goal with the go-ahead field goal just under 2 minutes to go. Blocked. It's blocked. Somebody just got a paw on it, and it skips out, didn't go in. Hastings goes down the field, and they kick the field goal as time just about expires, 1 second on the clock. But either way, they go up 23-20 and win, spoiling homecoming. Then the very next week, last week, Dakota Wesleyan, the chief rival, comes to town for senior day. It goes to overtime, the 3rd straight year where Mount Marty and Dakota Wesleyan have taken their football game to overtime. Lancers fall in that one, 44-41 at home. Just heartbreaking losses for the Lancers this season, and those were two of the worst ones.
Yeah, and now they have to finish with a very tough 2 games on the road, and it starts here against a team that is seeking to get back to the playoffs. Morningside dropped a game early against Benedictine, one of the top teams in the country, 38-34. That's the second year in a row that Benedictine has beaten Morningside in a close game, and then they fell against Northwestern back on October 18th, 14-13. That game was on the road. So for even though Morningside's the number 10 rank and they're in pretty good shape, they know they cannot afford to lose this game, especially with Dordt coming to town next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Dordt coming to town next week. But the thing about the schedule in the GPAC right now, only 1 loss for Morningside, Dordt undefeated, and then you end the season with Dordt here versus Morningside. If Morningside wins that game, all the rest of the season doesn't matter. They're going to claim the GPAC title, get the automatic berth, and probably host a playoff game. Like, next week is going to be massive, but they have to get through the Mount Marty Lancers first here today. If Morningside falls to the Lancers, the season's kind of in jeopardy. Then if you lose to Dordt next week, there might not even be in the playoffs. This is a big game for Morningside, and they have to win it.
And don't think for a moment that head coach Steve Ryan and his assistants haven't emphasized that to the team. Well, Coach Ryan, of course, a Hall of Famer for Morningside with 3 national championships on the trophy case. They won the championships in 2018, 2019, and 2021, and they have made deep playoff runs many, many years. They are year in and year out a powerhouse team, not just in the GPAC, but in NAIA nationally. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We got a lot to talk about today as we're going to have interviews coming up. We're going to talk to Coach Micheletti, of course, and then Daniel Versteg, the announcer for Morningside, is going to join us a little bit later on. He'll go into detail about the season so far for the Mustangs. We also got a player interview. Tehl, who are we talking to today?
Well, we figured with how good Moshe Richmond's been playing recently, that freshman wide receiver, it'd be a good time to speak with him, and I did enjoy that talk. We spoke yesterday, and that was fun. So we'll play that coming up.
And we will have our own home-brewed GPAC Saturday football report. We didn't hear from the commissioner this week, so we're going to do our own version of that. We're going to run down the GPAC scores from last week, and we'll also talk about the schedule in the GPAC. First, we're going to take a 2-minute timeout and come back with more. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
When First Dakota National Bank created Dakota Mac in 1993, we knew we could offer ag producers something few other banks dared to: long-term, fixed-rate loans for ag real estate refinances and purchases. Today, we go by Landera, and we provide the same great service and even more banking options to help your operation thrive for generations to come. Banking evolves. Trust endures. Landera, a division of First Dakota National Bank.
Big changes are happening at Lewis and Clark Ford in Yankton. Come meet our new finance manager, new sales manager, and our all-new sales team, bringing fresh energy and hometown service.
During our year-end sale, get top dollar for your trade, plus an extra $1,000, and enjoy 0% APR for 3 years on select Ford models with approved credit.
Don't wait. These deals won't last. At Lewis and Clark Ford, the deals you want, the Fords you love.
Visit us online at lewisandclarkford.com or stop in at 4th and Capitol.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
We're about 48 minutes away from kickoff of today's GPAC matchup. It's the Mount Marty Lancers on the road taking on the Morningside Mustangs. Let's check out action from the Great Plains Athletic Conference in football last week. The scoreboard looks like this. It was Dort going on the road, winning a close game at Hastings 31-26. We mentioned Dakota Wesleyan over Mount Marty in overtime 44-41, last home game of the year for Mount Marty. Morningside went on the road to Crete, Nebraska. They beat Doane 42-0, and some of their key starters not available, but the Mustangs prevail nonetheless. Northwestern went on the road, won a tough game at Midland. That was 23-17 the final score, and it was Concordia at home beating Briar Cliff by a score of 34-17. Matchups from around the conference today, they're already underway in Orange City. It is scheduled for a noon kickoff. That is Doane at Northwestern today. We have Concordia going on the road to play Dort. That is a huge, huge matchup there, as those teams both finished 8-2 in the conference last year, and unfortunately for both teams, they didn't make the playoffs. Midland on the road at Dakota Wesleyan. It is Briar Cliff playing at Waldorf today, and the final game is Morningside here playing Mount Marty, and every game a 1 o'clock kickoff except for that Doane and Northwestern game. They just kicked off a short time ago, and hopefully we don't have an update on that particular game at this time, and we'll keep you up to date on all the scores throughout the conference today. Actually, no score, 11 minutes left to go in that first game, Doane at Northwestern.
That's a big one.
That is a huge, huge game as it's coming down to the wire here in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. And the players of the week, it was Connor Drake for Dakota Wesleyan. And he was the, of course, quarterback last week for Dakota Wesleyan, had a monster game.
Yeah.
And he was the player of the week offensively. Cody Winslow, who sadly left the game with injury, he was the defensive player of the week. And Stephen Leinen from Dort, he was the special teams players of the week in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. And we sure hope that Cody Winslow's okay. Of course, we had that scene where he had to be carted off the field, and it's something no one ever wants to see.
No, not at all. Hopefully he's doing all right. But this week's games,
we got on the schedule here today. Again, we have make sure I was looking ahead to next week here. We got Briar Cliff at Waldorf, Midland at Dakota Wesleyan, Concordia at Dort, and Doane and Northwestern just underway. That is the GPAC schedule for today. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please do drink responsibly. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, and we are going to come back, and we will have that Lancer player profile, Moshe Richmond, a freshman standout wide receiver, having a great first campaign for the Lancers. We'll get a chance to learn a little bit more about him. First, a 2-minute break coming your way. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. We are here in snowy Sioux City today at Olsen Stadium for a GPAC matchup, Morningside against Mount Marty. A break coming your way right now. This is Lancer Football on KYNT.
This holiday season, here's an idea. Book a room at the Fairfield by Marriott and shop away. Just outside Fairfield's front doors are Yankton's newest stores, Hobby Lobby and Marshall's. Plus, there's Dunham's and Shoe Sensation, all within walking distance. You can also grab something to eat and catch a movie. It's all so convenient now. Perfect for Black Friday or weekends. Call the Fairfield by Marriott Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. This holiday season, shop and stay in Yankton.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn now to our player profile from Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton. Turn to Moshe Richmond, a freshman wide receiver for the Mount Marty University football team. Moshe, you've quickly become a fan favorite. I'm glad you're healthy again, and so far, congrats on the success this season. Thanks for coming in and talking with me.
Thank you.
So let's talk about the start to your season, which was a couple weeks behind everybody else, as you had a little bit of an injury out of the gate, so you didn't get to play in the first 3 games. You get to come back a little bit versus Briarcliff, and then you start taking over from that point on. What was that early season ailment, and how did you kind of fight through it as you're just starting your college career?
We're doing 7-on-7 in our skelly pads, so it's like a lightweight pad you can move around in. And I jumped for a ball and landed on my shoulder wrong, and I thought it was just dislocated, so I sat out the rest of practice. Well, after that, Sarah, our trainer, came up to me. She tried to pop it back in, and it wouldn't go in, so we went to ER. I figured out it was a separated AC joint in my shoulder, and that sucked because I put a lot of work to come into the season and have, it really stripped my confidence right away, I feel like, because, the whole off season. If I wasn't, working, I was just always doing football. And I wanted to come here, and give myself the best chance to actually play as a freshman. So that when I got back, I just told myself I'm going to take advantage of all the chances that they give me. Well, I had a pretty bad game against Briarcliff, and that's really left a chip on my shoulder. I feel like I need to prove to everybody that that's not the real me. That's probably the worst game I've had in my life, and it still sits wrong with me because we lost, and I played bad. And I feel like I just could have done more of that game and took advantage of, the trust that Coach Lewis has in me and the trust that rugby has in me to throw me the ball.
Well, you've done a lot more in recent games. And as you said, you're kind of building that trust with the quarterback in rugby, right? And what is that like as a new receiver coming into this team, learning the offense and getting comfortable with a new quarterback you haven't played before? Walk me through that, how it's been this fall.
Rugby is a lot like my brother. I feel like they play very similar. As soon as he gets out of the pocket, I'm just trying to find an open spot for him to give me the ball. He's helped a lot, so we have a big brother system at Mount Marty. It's you get assigned a big brother, and it's just, he's helped me a lot, whether it's routes or blocking. He has to know the whole offense. So I come to him for a lot of questions, or his older brother, Rex Riken, who's our wide receiver coach.
And you mentioned your brother as well, who's still got a year left of high school playing his senior season, was your quarterback previously, correct?
Yeah.
So let's turn to you and kind of where you've been and where you're going. You're a true freshman, so I know you probably don't have a plan in place of
post-college, which is a crazy thing to ask a true freshman, but long-term goals. What do you want to do with your life, man?
I'm a physical therapy or pre-PT major. My goals for life, I want to own a boat, go out camping with my kids, start a family. I feel like I have those memories with my grandpa growing up, and that's what I want to do with my kids, yeah.
Life goal is own a boat. I love everything about that. What do you do? Are you a fisherman, or are you just like going out and hanging out? What is it?
I like to say I'm a fisherman. I mean, I can't really set up a rod or anything. More of a lake guy, like tubing, wakeboarding, D-boarding, that stuff.
I like it, man. All right, well, thank you very much for coming in and talking with me today. If you leave us with any final message as a freshman for this team, what has this freshman class been like gelling with the team, everybody getting to know each other?
Yeah. Some of my friends say that, like, I'm the connection between the freshmen and the real world, because I feel like there's a stigma around freshmen that, we're just only here to be, scout team players or just like to get beat up from the first team. So I like to, stand up for my freshman boys and show that we got some game. And this is a really good freshman class that I believe in. I feel like we could go far.
The connection with the real world. I like that. I like that. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in and talk with me, Moshe. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That brought to you by Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Visit them on 4th and Capitol in Yankton. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. The pregame show rolls on when we return. This is KYN-TV.
Olsen Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966, and with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Olsen Pest Technicians can treat and cure them. Right now, they can provide grain fumigation on the farm and do one-shots for homes to keep pests out for the winter. Call Olsen Pest today, 800-KIL-BUGS.
Big things are happening at Parker of Yankton. With 2 new production lines coming soon, we're growing and hiring. We're looking for a product and a mechanical engineer, material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers for both first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, quarterly profit sharing, 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. If you want to work with a team that's building the future right here in Yankton, now's the time. Competitive pay, benefits, and room to grow. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed. Save you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Hi, I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate. Buying or selling a home can be complicated, but with 20 years of experience, I'm here to put you at ease and make the process as easy as possible. We offer moving boxes and the use of our courtesy trailer to make your real estate journey a smooth one. Call me, Deb Speck, with Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
Back here in snowy Sioux City, Iowa, we're about 35 minutes away from the kickoff of today's game between Morningside and Mount Marty here in Sioux City, where the snow, I think, is kind of tapered off a little bit, not as much falling down. They have cleared the field here at Olsen Stadium. The field turf surface looks to be in good shape. Teams going through their pregame warm-ups as we speak. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We're expecting a high of near 40 today, but not the wind not too bad out there today, Tehl.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I was just out there walking around, and I got a short-sleeve shirt on, and I was just out there enjoying it, talking with some of the Morningside fans here. And I can tell you, not only is the snow starting to taper off, it's starting to melt. It is just above freezing, and the wind ain't too bad, and the sun's not out. but the snow that is on the bleachers down here, which was covering the whole bleachers, starting to melt, and now there's just that terrible slush that is everywhere. Oh my gosh, it's slippery. We're up in the very top of this box, and we've got a rickety set of stairs. We went up metal stairs. The slush on them, my guy, is crazy. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't, and we're here, and we're ready to call some football. This is great.
Yeah, it's a heavy, wet snow out there today, but it seems that it'll be melting throughout the afternoon. Let's turn our attention now to the football teams participating today. First, we'll delve into some of the numbers for the Morningside Mustangs. Always, year in and year out, they're one of the top offensive teams in the country. No different this year. They're averaging 542 yards of offense a game and 46.5 points per game. Now, that's what they put up, and it all starts with their senior quarterback, and that is Zach Chevalier out of Santa Clarita, California. 34 touchdowns there, Tehl.
Yeah, Chevalier's he's just another one. Morningside, they just keep finding these guys. They just keep reloading. Oh my gosh, you remember Dolenchek a few years ago? They've had some really good younger guys. Chevalier's been great. Out of California came in, and he has been something. 2,800 yards through the air, 202 of 297. That is 68% completion percentage, and as you said, 34 passing touchdowns to 8 interceptions. He's been great.
One of the things I notice about the program is that they sometimes will shift players around. 2 backup quarterbacks are now big wide receivers. One is Lennox Brown. He has played quarterback for him. He has shifted out a wide receiver, the junior out of Council Bluffs, 47 catches, 7 touchdowns. And Dallas Clunder, who was a quarterback last year, he is now the backup tight end on this team, the 235-pound junior. So it seems like even if, and this is why Coach Ryan's in the Hall of Fame. You bring a young man in, they're playing quarterback, he might not be getting the playing time, but hey, young man, you can contribute to tight end or wide receiver. Off they go, and they put up big numbers and contribute.
At the end of the day, it's about putting your best 11 on the field. That's what it is, and coaches will find a way to do it. We've actually seen it with Mount Marty itself. Trevor Fitzgerald, the wide receiver of a couple years ago that was starting for years, he was taking snaps at quarterback in his first year. He was a backup quarterback. He played quarterback in high school. That's where they kind of thought they were going to use him, and they ended up finding a niche for him in wide receiver, and obviously it went very, very good for Trevor Fitzgerald. He had one heck of a career for Mount Marty. But yeah, for these coaches, especially at the NAIA level, it's just finding ways to get your best 11 on the field.
And the running game is really not focused on one guy. Jalen Birch, the junior out of Overland Park, Kansas, has 548 yards, 6 rushing touchdowns. And then Juven Hudson, he has almost 500 yards rushing. He's a redshirt freshman, so it's a kind of a good 1-2 punch there. What hurt Morningside is they lost the services of Max Huff, the junior out of Grettinger, Iowa. He's out with an injury. Ty Kozad, the redshirt freshman, stepping into that third running back spot. But boy, again, with Morningside, that's the old saying, they don't rebuild, they reload.
Yeah, you were just talking about it. They have a 3-headed monster. Jalen Birch has 548 yards in the season. Huff, who once again not going to be here tonight, unfortunately, 540. And then Hudson, that redshirt freshman, with 496. Those are all rushing yards. 3 guys hovering right around that 500 mark. They really have 3 different guys that they work at all times, which means Ty Kozad is going to have to step up into that role and perform today. If he's going to be filling the role that Huff is going to be leaving, he's got to do it well. Otherwise, there might be a little bit of a hole there that the Lancers can take advantage of.
The wide receiving core led by Drew Sellen, the junior out of Fremont, Nebraska, 55 catches. He's at 999 yards receiving. I think he'll go over that 1,000-yard mark if he played. He did not play last week. Lennox Brown also took the week off. He has 47 catches, but they've got a couple of good backups. Kyle Sisler, the junior out of Runnels, Iowa, 25 catches. And Kellen Jacobson, he's out of Sioux City East. He's coming into his own, the sophomore, just 9 catches, but getting more playing time. And then they've got that H-back, that hybrid tight end position. He's a blocker. Also, he'll come out of the backfield, and that's Griffin Kraft, the senior, with 22 catches. So even if Sellen and Brown are limited on their playing time, they still got some good weapons.
Yeah, they've got weapons all across the field. That's what Morningside does. That's why they've been so good. Some of the best recruiters in the NAIA, they are always bringing in top talent. When a guy goes down, they've got more.
on the defensive side of the line of scrimmage for the Mustangs. Now, they're giving up 20 points per game, and that's a lot for them, but they've played some tough competition. It all starts up front with Cale Pittenger. He has 8.5 sacks, Tehl.
Yeah, this guy, we talked about him with Daniel Versteg a little bit. 8.5 sacks, 33 tackles. That junior left end out of Sioux City East. Hometown kid, now he's playing for the Mustangs, and he has been on one. This is a team that has 23 sacks on the season. They average giving up only 92 rushing yards a game.
Yeah, and 245 through the air, and that's mainly because a lot of teams fall behind and they have to go to the air, and they abandon the running game. Interesting to note, Morningside for many, many years ran a 4-3 defense. This year they've switched to a 3-4 defense, and they have only one senior on that linebacking core in Landry Phipps. He's one of their top tacklers at 43, but Blake Bellamy, I tell you what, the junior, he has 62 tackles. He's turning a lot of heads this year.
Yeah, and you talk about the reason of switching from their traditional 4-3 to the 3-4. It just tells me they're deep at the linebacker position. They've got a lot of guys that can play that position. And as you said, only one senior, which means they're going to be deep for a while.
Yes, and they have no seniors in the defensive backfield. A couple of juniors, a sophomore, and a freshman get the start. So, again, they seem to be loaded for the future in that secondary. Cade Harriman and Jack Kratz, their two top defensive backs, both at the safety position. Of course, Jack Kratz, a familiar name. He is from Vermilion, and he had an outstanding high school career there. So the Mustangs, again, a lot of talent on that field. Meanwhile, for Mount Marty, Rugby Riken has put up a good campaign with over 2,000 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He's the man that makes it go, the sophomore out of Yankton, and he has gotten big contributions late from Rodney Broadnax, who has missed time, and also from Moshe Richmond. We heard from Moshe a little bit earlier. But Jackson Wahols leading the team with 46 catches on the season. And meanwhile, you got that 1-2 punch at running back. Malachi Hart's 533 yards, Kyle Hirsch with 375 yards. But Kyle Hirsch, maybe the best receiving running back in the conference at 44 catches.
And 422 yards, 5 touchdowns through the air. Kyle Hirsch, there's a reason that they want this guy out there. Malachi Hart's a very good running, smash mouth, lower his shoulder, go up the gut running back. Only 56 yards through the air, does have a touchdown catch. But Kyle Hirsch, their true third down running back, he can do whatever they need him to do. He can get out on the edge and block on a screen for a wide receiver. He can run the ball when he needs to. And as we said, 422 yards through the air. That is second most on the team at the running back position.
He is definitely a dual threat at the running back position, rushing and receiving. On the defensive side of the line of scrimmage, Bryson Mitchell. I'll tell you what, that young man out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, the sophomore, has really stepped up over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Bryson's been great. He wasn't starting to start the season, but he earned it. 5 sacks, 27 tackles. The sophomore left end out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln has been one heck of a find for the Mount Marty Lancers. They graduated just almost everybody on this defense. I think they returned 2 starters from last season. Bryson Mitchell comes in this year, and he has been welcome sight for Lancer fans.
Cole Cripps, the senior, we talked to him last week out of Post Fall, Idaho. He is one of the top tacklers on the team at 53. We knew Isaac Crownover and Brock Lubers were going to get playing time coming into the season, but Cripps has been that real big find defensively at that linebacker position.
Yeah, and another transfer coming in. Transfer came in this year. He's a senior, 53 tackles, leading the Mount Marty Lancers in that category. He has been great. That interception came in against Hastings. He has half a sack on the season. He's been steady.
And then the corners will be tested today. Both seniors, Muhammad and Conley. And Conley with 1 interception. And Arthur Oliver, I think he is that wild card. He has been spectacular. 3 interceptions.
Yeah, 3 interceptions for Oliver, 3 interceptions for Daniel Pierce. That 1-2 at the free safety and the strong safety, combining for 6 of the 10 interceptions on the season for the Lancers. Those 2 safeties, really, really good in coverage, great instincts on the ball, and neither one of them is afraid to hit people. You'll love that from a safety. They love filling gaps.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout right now. We'll come back and we'll hear from Daniel Versteg, the announcer for Morningside. He'll give us a little more insight on the Mustangs. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you're listening to KYNT.
Sports injuries can be the result of competitive activities, but can also happen by just participating in leisure activities too. If you're experiencing pain as the result of your chosen activity, consider chiropractic care. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. We have experienced chiropractors that work with sports injuries every day. Our treatment options are aimed to minimize pain, reduce recovery time, and reduce risk of future injuries. Visit First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska. Visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. Core Trust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from Core Trust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit coretrustbank.com today.
Member FDIC.
All right, back here on that pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we turn to the opposing interview, brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. The opposing broadcaster today, I always love sitting down with you, my guy, Daniel Versteg for Morningside University, a guy who has called some really good playoff games over the last couple of years. Morningside, that tradition. Thanks for coming and talking with us here pregame.
It's my pleasure, Tehl. Happy to join you.
So let's talk about Morningside on the season. It's been one heck of a year, a couple of losses, which is not normal for Morningside. One heck of a team. You open up with one of the best teams out there in Benedictine, 38-34, and then a loss versus Northwestern, 14-13, but undefeated at home. What is your impression of Morningside this season?
You know, I think early on in the season, it was a bit of a struggle defensively. You know, we'd graduated Isaac Pingle, a middle linebacker, graduated a couple of corners that were just phenomenal defensive backs, and it was kind of tough to figure out an identity defensively, what we were going to be successful at. And, you know, I think as the season's gone along, they've started to grow up a little bit, and that's been really fun to watch. There's still some lapses. You'll definitely see that here today, I have no doubt, with the quality of offense that you guys have at Marty. But there's certainly been some progress there, and I think that can hopefully lead to more success down the way.
Talk about our stadium here today. A brand new field turf
Yes.
for this season. And what is this, the fifth home game? So only the fifth time it's been used here for football, which is very fun. And it's a snow day.
It is.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, we've already got the crews brushing the snow off, and yeah, this turf is brand spanking new. It was an investment put in this offseason, and just a really, really nice look to it now. It kind of gives us a little bit more identity. Obviously, the stadium is used by the Sioux City Community School District as well, with Northeast and West High. But you know, yeah, it's gotten some good use out of it. Obviously, our win over Midland was the opener in that, and then we put 59 points on it the last time we were on it against Concordia. So it's already seen some good football, and this stadium's known for having some great snow games, and we'll add one to it today.
Now we can talk about the offensive numbers all we want. 542 yards a game, 331 through the air, 211 on the ground. But the number that's really impressing me is the defensive line. 92 rushing yards a game is all they're giving up, with 23 sacks and 7 interceptions. I assume a couple of them forced from the pressure as well. You are making quarterbacks feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing about the defense that we were not very concerned with, and it's certainly proven that. The defensive line play, Cale Pittenger, number 99, you're going to hear him a lot if he can have his way today. He's an outstanding defensive pressure guy. And then Morningside also changed from their traditional 4-3 style defense into a 3-4, so they're putting some more athletic linebackers out there. That's been about 4 or 5 games old that change has been made. And gosh, it's really creating some opportunities. As you say, making life difficult for quarterbacks back there. They don't always know where the pressure's coming from, and it's really led to a lot of success so far.
I want to ask you one more thing. As you obviously speak with the coaches and players in Morningside a lot more than I do, what's the general feeling of this team in the final 2 games? Playoffs around the corner, already 2 losses. They cannot have another one. What's the general feeling that you're getting from this team?
Well, and obviously, yeah, a loss here and there really dooms your playoff aspirations. But, when I've talked to Coach Ryan and some of the players down there, they say, if we win out, we get the automatic bid, and we probably host a first-round game, with Dort being where they're at and where our records are.
And the matchup next week.
And the matchup next week. A win gives us the tiebreaker and gives us the automatic bid. So that's their mindset. Northwestern is what it is. We lost that game. We can't get it back. But you win out, and you still get the right to probably host a first-round game and get to the playoffs automatically. So that's the mindset, just finishing the regular season strong in that regard.
Mr. Versteg, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yep, have a great call, Tehl. Appreciate it.
That brought to you by the Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. We'll take a break, coming back, keep things rolling on our pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. You're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play, after the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American-themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor, family-driven, and a memorable atmosphere. Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar, next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
In times of remembrance, finding a serene and dignified resting place for your loved ones brings peace of mind. At Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service, our columbarium was crafted with care and respect to provide a peaceful and secure space for urns. With indoor and outdoor niches, our columbarium provides a place of peaceful reflection where your loved one's remains are held with honor to be cherished forever. For more information, visit winsrayfuneralhome.com.
We're a little over 15 minutes away from the kickoff of today's game between Mount Marty and Morningside. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com with the starting lineups for today's matchup. Here's Tehl Tanner.
Started off up front with the Mount Marty Lancers offensive line once again. We'll start it off with the left tackle, Desmond Taylor, junior out of Grandview, Missouri. The left guard, senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, Zach Carlson. The center, junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, Nick Bunkers. The right guard, freshman out of Austin, Texas, Cedric Walls. And the junior right tackle out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, and David Grabo. The tight end today, James Brinsley out of Seguin, Texas. He's a senior. Slot is Jack Rowland, sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska. Junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, wide receiver in Jackson Wallholtz. And on the other end outside, the junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee, in Rodney Broadnax. Kyle Hirsch, your starting running back today, sophomore out of Gayville, South Dakota. But as we said, it's always a 1-2 with him and Malachi Hartz, a senior out of Merced, California. And then the starting running back for the Mount Marty Lancers, that redshirt sophomore, Yankton native, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers average 120 yards per game on the ground, 233 through the air, 353 yards overall, and they are scoring 29 points per game. Let's meet Mount Marty's defense.
Started off up front again, the sophomore left end out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln. We talked about him in the pregame, Bryson Mitchell. The nose tackle, Lane Ferguson, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. The right end, senior out of Mount Shasta, California, and DJ Brown. Your linebackers on the outside, Kavion Rogers, a sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, and Isaac Crownover, a junior out of Tyndall. Your middle linebackers, senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, and Cole Cripps, and a junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and Brock Lubers. Your secondary, two corners, senior out of San Diego, California, and Amir Conley, and a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Asmaran Muhammad. Your strong safety is Daniel Pierce, the junior out of Oxnard, California, and the free safety, a junior out of Metairie, Louisiana, in Arthur Oliver.
The Lancers give up 150 yards per game on the ground, 179 through the air. That's 329 total. As a team, 13 sacks, 10 interceptions. They're giving up 27 points per game. Let's meet the Morningside Mustangs.
Started off up front, the offensive line, two seniors, two sophomores, and a redshirt freshman. The redshirt freshman is the left tackle out of Holstein, Iowa, Caden Clausen. Left guard, sophomore out of Draper, Utah, in Brody Kutrer. The senior center out of Sioux City, Iowa, Mason Scott. Jack James, senior right guard out of Omaha, Nebraska, and the sophomore right tackle out of Lee's Summit, Missouri, in Keaton Chapman. Your tight end today, sophomore out of Mondam, Iowa, in Sage Evans. Wide receiver, Drew Sellen, junior out of Fremont, Nebraska. Wide receiver, junior out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and Lennox Brown. And your H-back, senior out of North Liberty, Missouri, in Griffin Kraft. Your starting running back, Jalen Birch, junior out of Overland Park, Kansas. And the starting quarterback for the Morningside Mustangs, the senior out of Santa Clara, California, Zach Chevalier.
211 yards per game on the ground for the Mustangs, 331 through the air, 542 overall, 46.5 points per game. That's what they average. Let's meet Morningside's defense.
Started off up front, the junior out of Sioux City East. Left end, Cale Pittenger. The nose tackle, junior out of Manhattan, or Matawan,
Michigan.
How do you say that?
Matawan, Michigan. Yep.
I've never heard of that town. Interesting. Anyways, the junior nose tackle, Seth Thomas. The right end, senior out of Worthington, Minnesota, in Teal Low. Your linebackers on the outside edges, senior out of Aubrey, Texas, in Landry Phipps. On the other end, junior out of Blue Springs, Missouri, in Jack Brickhouse. Your middle linebackers, junior out of Winterset, Iowa, and Blake Bellamy, and a sophomore out of Lincoln, Nebraska, and Cole Riley. Your defensive secondary, sophomore out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and Victor Atupra. On the other end, freshman out of St. Louis, Missouri, A.J. Matthews. Strong safety, Cade Harriman. He's a junior out of Holstein, Iowa. And finally, your free safety, a junior out of Vermilion, Jack Kratz.
The Mustangs give up 92 yards per game on the ground, 245.5 through the air. That's 338 per game. As a team, 23 sacks, 7 interceptions, and they are giving up 20 points per game. And those, your starting lineups, brought to you by Foreman Charters. We're 12 minutes away from kickoff. The snow has picked up again here at Olsen Stadium in Sioux City. It ought to be an interesting game today between the Mustangs and the Mount Marty Lancers. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back and we'll hear from head coach John Micheletti of Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You are listening to KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
A couple days ago, a teacher came into the UPS store to print some worksheets for her classroom. As we were printing, she asked if we could help her design and print a custom banner for her school's upcoming event. Yes, we can. At the UPS store in Yankton, where for over 8 years we've been serving educators, businesses, and community members with all kinds of printing solutions. Stop by today and let us assist with your next project, and be sure to ask about our shipping services or current print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light, Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. The head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers, Colin Authier, joined us post-game last night, previewing this matchup with York and talking Valley City State University, the loss suffered last night. That's brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Here's Coach Colin Authier talking with me post-game last night.
Head coach Colin Authier now joining me of the Lancers. Coach, looking at these stats tonight, I know you took the loss, but one really encouraging sign that I'm looking at, early turnovers, you had 10 in the first 13 minutes, but in the final 27 minutes of gameplay, you turned the ball over only twice. Encouraging signs.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's hard to win if you're going to turn it over 10 times in that time frame there. So, you're supposed to defend, rebound, and take care of the basketball. At the same time, you got to make your layups and you got to make your free throws, and we didn't. We didn't for stretches at a time.
All right, back here on the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn to the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers football program now, and John Micheletti. This brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. John, you're going to Sioux City, playing Morningside. I don't need to say anything else. We all know what that means. Tell me about this game and what the Mustangs have looked like this season.
Yeah, Morningside, another strong year for them. They have that down the field RPO offense, spread offense that likes to go up tempo. So a lot of their stats are always going to be pretty high and all that, but they have started to change, a few things, at least for the first time in my time going against them. Usually they're a 4-3 box and don't move out of it. So you've seen a little bit more of a 3-4 now up front, and be able to change some of the coverage and pressures off of that as well. So it'll be interesting to go against that for the first time. And I know they've had to battle a few injuries this year, as we all have, but they've had a few more guys being able to have to step up in certain situations. So definitely anxious to get out there and going against a top 10 opponent. And these are the games that are easy for me as a coach of motivating our guys, because those are the ones that our guys got circled from the get-go, or the Northwesterns, the Morningsides, the Dorts, and stuff like that. So very eager to get out there and prove themselves and reap full benefit. It looks like it's going to be a nice sunny day, with a little bit of maybe some rain and some sleet in there, but it'll be definitely full benefit out there, an opportunity to go knock off a top 10 opponent.
You got to talk about the offense here. You talk about the conditions you're going to see. Is it's going to be cold? Is chance of some precipitation with this as well? So throwing the ball could get difficult. I know you've got an emerging freshman receiver in Moshe Richmond, who we talked to earlier in this pregame show, who put up 180 and 2 touchdowns last week, by the way. But you really got to run the ball this week, Coach. Tell me about your offense and your strategy going into this one.
Yeah, I think Coach Lewis always has a good game plan, going in, covering some stuff this week, of being able to run the ball in between the tackles and then even be able to get the ball quickly to the perimeter as needed. Doing some different motions and unbalanced formations to try to create a leverage advantage. And, one of those things that, you talked about Moshe and even rugby is those guys want to be able to perform in any situation. Those are two very elite competitors. And, when you're looking at those type of guys, it's not just on sunny days. It's not just when everything's going your way. It's against the top 10 opponents. It's in the rain. It's in the cold weather. Those are the times that it's really time to step up and prove yourself as being an elite competitor. So as we do, as always, want to be able to start to run the ball and create that'll hopefully create some vertical spacing and all that stuff that we can start stretching the field and take advantage of those as well.
Let's talk about Morningside itself with this game, Coach. You've played them well in Sioux City over the last couple of years. What has the message been to the team this week, getting them ready for this top 10 opponent in Sioux City?
Yeah, this is the only week that matters right now. It's the only game that we can play this week. Going in there, having a chip on your shoulder, and I understand being frustrated after the last couple games not turning out our way and really losing it there at the end. So bottling that frustration and putting it towards production, and then being, we could be the ones that give Morningside their third loss, which would be tough for them to make the playoffs after that. So that's a good motivating factor for our guys, as we do want as many GPAC representations in the playoffs as possible. But if we have a chance to do our right and do our diligence and come out on top here on a Saturday afternoon.
And go get your second top 10 win of the season, Coach. All right, well, thank you very much for coming and talking with me today. Good luck against Morningside.
Thanks, Tehl.
That brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. We'll come back in a couple of minutes. We got kickoff around the corner on KYNT.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection, from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family.
Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
What's on your to-do list? Wouldn't it be nice to have it all go according to plan? With Midco by your side, you can rest easy with a partner that always has your back. Going with Midco gets you not only proven reliability, but an internet connection built to go further, go faster, and go beyond. If you're ready to add more certainty to your day, visit midco.com to learn more. Let's go.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information. A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
All right, we're wrapping up the Dakota Beverage pregame show as the teams are out on the field. And Mount Marty won the toss. They have deferred. They will kick off. They will get the football to start the third quarter. Time now for our colors of the game, brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. Mount Marty in the home or on the road, white uniforms, gold pants and helmets, navy blue numbers and letters. It's all maroon from head to toe. For Morningside, they have the white numbers and letters. Final thoughts, Tehl, as we're about to kick off.
Well, for the Mount Marty Lancers, they're starting things off on the defensive side of the football. Chevalier about to take the field. You got to take him out of the game. Make him feel uncomfortable. Get some pressure on the quarterback. When the Lancer defense has been working this season, they've been getting pressure up front. You got to make this quarterback for Morningside feel uncomfortable.
Here comes Camden Vance. Puts the toe to the football, and we are underway. And it will be Juven Hudson returning the ball at the 15-yard line. Has a hole. He's across the 20 to the 30 to the 35 to the 40 and pulled down near the 44-yard line. A great return by Hudson, who is averaging 26 yards per return. And he gets that ball all the way out to the 44-yard line. Our first half of football brought to you by Dakota Mac. You may have noticed as Dakota Mac today, we are Landera. Seeing great service and more banking options to help your operation thrive. Learn more at landeraag.com. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Mustangs operate right to left on your radio dial. Play action. Chevalier out of the shotgun, throws the long ball down the middle of the field into coverage, and it is caught by Lennox Brown, stays on his feet. Touchdown, just like that. The Mustangs score on the first play, a 56-yard touchdown, and credit Lennox Brown for staying on his feet after he took a hit.
That was about as impressive as it gets and about as good of a message as you can send to start a football game. A great return out to the 45-yard line. You take a seam route all the way down the field. It was right on the money. That was a perfect throw into double coverage, right in the breadbasket of the receiver, and then he just shakes off the hits. Nobody wrapped him up, walks into the end zone. That was as good of an opening statement as you can make.
And now here's Fitzsimmons for the point after kick. Or check that. That is going to be, yeah, that is Fitzsimmons. And we have a delay of game against Morningside. So they'll back him up 5 yards. Fitzsimmons on the year, 52 of 58 point after kicks. And this will make it from the 15-yard line. So essentially it'll be a 25-yard field goal for a point after kick. Kick is on the way. It is good. 14:41 left to go here. First quarter, just like that. Mustangs up 7-0. We'll keep it here as the teams get ready to kick off, and the fans haven't even really settled into their seats yet here at Olsen Stadium on this snowy Saturday afternoon. And just like that, Morningside strikes quickly on a one-play drive.
Yeah, it's
My goodness.
Kind of like I said there, statement to start the game. Coach Ryan wanted to come out and say, hey, we're not losing this game. We got playoffs on the line, and he did exactly that. Came out, logged up a deep ball to start it. Lancers had two of their better defensive players out there in their two safeties, and Oliver and Pierce, but what a catch, what a throw, and a run after catch as well.
Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party for KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it is on at Ben's. So not the start the Lancers wanted on this snowy Saturday. For those of you just joining us, we're at Olsen Stadium in Sioux City, Iowa. The lights are on here for an afternoon game as the snow continues to fall. We've had a very mild and warm fall, but winter is here. Fitzsimmons to kick it off, end over end kick, and it's going to go all the way down to the 5-yard line, and returning it for the Lancers one of their reserve players who's come in and done some kickoff duties. That is Michael Coleman, and he'll take the football out to near the 21-yard line. So Coleman on the return.
Yeah, he's a freshman out of Omaha, wide receiver for the team on the return game there. And here we go, Lancers march out. It's actually Moshe Richmond who will march out at the tight end spot. We knew Brinsley was a little bit shaken up, as Coach Micheletti said in that pregame interview. Moshe Richmond, who had 180 and 2 touchdowns last week, split out to the right.
Pistol formation, rollout, right side. The long ball by Riken downfield, but too far for Richmond, incomplete at the 40-yard line of the Mustangs.
And that pass was right on the money. Morningside got away with a hold there. Cade Harriman grabbed the hold of Moshe Richmond, coming out of his break about 15 yards downfield, slowed him up just a moment, and the pass was just over his shoulder. Morningside got away with one there. That was almost a touchdown in return on the first play for the Lancers.
And, of course, controversy from last week with some potential calls not made in the fourth quarter against Dakota Wesleyan. Shotgun set. Roll out. Throw to the sideline. Caught. Carbajal stays in bounds, and he's pushed out of bounds near the 30-yard line. That is, are they going to give him the 31?
It should be just a yard short.
They started moving the chain gang. And I know that, you know, they. I saw that last night in the high school game. They actually moved the chain gang and had to move them back.
I've seen it before, too. That's always fun.
3rd down and 1 coming up. Just underway. 14 minutes left to go. First quarter, 7-0 Mustangs as they come out on a long pass on their first play from scrimmage to open the game. Lancers trying to respond. Hart's in the game at running back. 2 men split out to the left. Malachi Hart's up the middle. He'll have the first down, follows his blockers, gets from the 30 to the 34-yard line, gain of 4. First down, Mount Marty.
Malachi Hart's does not have backward runs very often at all. 129 runs on the season, 533 yards. He's averaging over 4 yards a carry. You got a 3rd and short, just give it to him and let him work.
From the 34-yard line, first down and 10. Lancers, they operate left to right on your radio dial. 2 men split out to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff, Hart's angling towards the left. Breaks through, but tripped up at the 40. Oh, he could have had so much more, Tehl.
Yeah, he could have had a big one there. Lancers going back to the ground, though, and I do enjoy seeing that.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. 7-0 Lancers. Gain of 6 on that last play by Hart. He stands to the left of his quarterback. Play action. Screen pass. Caught. Richmond to midfield. Cuts. He swarmed under at the 45-yard line. He'll have a first down on a nice pass by Riken.
Yeah, just found Moshe in space and let him work. That'll be a first down. So I just made that comment of going back to the ground. It is a snow game here today. You have to establish the running game. When it is cold, it is hard to catch these balls. It's hard to throw them on these ones. You got to be able to run the ball early in this one, and I like what they've done so far. A couple of quick passes, and then letting Malachi Hart's do what he does.
All right, from the Mustang 45-yard line, 1st and 10 Lancers. 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Back to the run, and Malachi Hart spins into the line and swarmed under. He maybe moved the ball half a yard, and that was all. No gain on that play.
Second down for the Lancers. They are in opposing territory, and at this point, you're on the road at a top 10 opponent. You know, Mount Marty already has 5 losses on the season. Probably not making the playoffs with that. So at this point, nothing to lose. You're in 4-down territory anytime you cross midfield.
I agree with that sentiment.
I don't even care what the down marker says unless you're like behind the sticks or something. You're in 4-down territory.
2nd down and 10. Hirsch in at running back. 2 men to the right, 1 to the left as receivers. Play action, throw, screen pass, caught, tackled right away behind the line of scrimmage was Jack Rowland, and a big play defensively by the Mustangs. Sniffing that out was Landry Phipps, the senior linebacker out of Aubrey, Texas.
Well, now you're in the 3rd and long situation. You are behind the sticks. 3rd and 13. Now the Lancers, hopefully, you know, they kind of realize you got 2 downs to get this. You don't need to get all 13 here. Throw an under route, get some yards after catch, get it here if you can, but you don't have to get all 13. You don't got to chuck it deep.
3rd down and 13. Straight drop back. Riken loads up, throws over the middle, caught. Waholes, he'll have a first down at the 32-yard line.
That was a great throw, just right over the middle of the field. Waholes a few yards behind the sticks and is able to take it across. Good run after catch there at the end. 7-0 Lancers are trailing, but they're in Morningside territory and working now.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. First down and 10. 10-10 left to go. First quarter, Mustangs up 7-0, but Mount Marty on the move. 3 men split out to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun, straight drop back. Riken in trouble. It's going to scramble, loses the football. It's picked up by the Mustangs, and running downfield is one of the linebackers, scooped it up, and he's going to go all the way for a touchdown. That is Jack Brickhouse, the junior, as Riken fumbled it. It bounced in the air, and Brickhouse just in stride picked it up and ran it about 60 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. We saw a similar play last week. Rugby Riken goes down for a sack, and ball comes out. Scoop and score touchdown for Dakota Wesleyan. We see the same thing here. Riken was trying to scramble there, and I'm not sure if it was the cold or what happened, but as he was scrambling, he just lost the football. I'm not even sure if he got hit there. Might have just been the cold arms, cold hands, but ball comes out, scoop and score.
And here's the point after kick. It is up and good. 9:48 left, first quarter. 14-0, Mustangs on top. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
Officially 65 yards on the fumble recovery run by Jack Brickhouse. And Morningside is up 14-0 here in the first quarter over Mount Marty. 9:48 left to go here at a snowy Olsen Stadium in Sioux City, Iowa. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner, and we've talked about it before. Ball security.
Ball security. Got to take care of it. Got to take care of it. Another scoop and score for the Lancers opponents. 14-0 now. You kind of just spotted Morningside. 14 points in the first part of the game. You know, they score their first touchdown in the first 19 seconds. Their first play, they just chuck one deep, get it into the end zone. And then on your offensive drive, you have a great drive going. Lancers are working the downs marker. They're going down the field. You're at your opposing about 30, 35. And then you just fumble the ball, scoop and score, and you're down 14 early.
Carbajal collects the kickoff at the 8-yard line, runs to his right, tackled at the 20. Nice special teams tackle there by Morningside, and backup running back Ty Kozad making the tackle. And so the Lancers need to regroup here on the road, down 14-0 early on. A bomb pass for a touchdown and a fumble recovery run of 65 yards by Jack Brickhouse. Of course, that's a call back to the famous announcer back in the 60s and 70s, radio and television. And now the Lancers have a long way to go from their own 21-yard line. First down and 10. Here in the snow. And it's a handoff. Malachi Hart's up the middle, crashes into the line, got a yard, and that is all. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. Thing you have to do if you're Mount Marty, don't panic.
Yeah.
Just stick to the bread and butter plays and try to get a good drive going. Hart's, or check that. Yeah, Malachi Hart's in it, running back. 2 men split out either side. Shotgun set. Riken. Hands off. No. Fakes. Pass over the middle. Caught. Richmond across the 30, gets to the 34-yard line. Move the chains. First down, Mount Marty.
That's going to be Richmond's second catch on 3 targets. You can tell the Lancers are trying to get him involved early. He has been an incredible emergence for this team. The true freshman has 460 yards on 30 catches. He has been a great addition to the starting lineup for the Lancers. 180 and 2 touchdowns last week on 12 catches.
1st and 10, Lancers from their own 34-yard line. We're in the first quarter, 8.5 minutes left to go. Morningside 14, Lancers nothing. Pistol formation, 3 men split out to the left, 1 to the right. Play action, throw, left side, caught. And it's going to be a catch for Zone Robinson across the 40 to the 42. Gain of 8 on the play. 2nd down coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. See what they do here on 2nd down and 2. Play action, roll out to the right. Riken throws over the middle, short, incomplete at the 40-yard line. Wahol's the intended receiver. They'll bring up a 3rd down.
Yeah, 3rd and manageable, only 2 yards to go, and down 14 on the road. Honestly, as long as they don't go backwards here, they might try this one. They're across the 40 in their own territory. We'll see in a moment, but 3rd and 2. See what the Lancers can cook up. They march in Kyle Hirsch.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Kyle Hirsch checks in at running back. He'll stand to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 3 men split out to the right side, 3rd and 2. They need to get to the 44-yard line. Quarterback keeper, Riken to the left. Has the 1st down, runs out of bounds near midfield.
That was a good design run. Lancers, setting up plays like that all season. They throw a lot of screens to the outside. They faked one over to the right side for Jackson Waholtz. They had a blocker out in front of him. Waholtz over there, faking the screen. Turns that way. Defense bites right, and then Riken just takes off going left. Nobody touched him until he was 3 yards downfield and had a 1st down.
The ball is spotted at the Lancer 48-yard line. 1st and 10, 7:20 and counting, first quarter, 14-0 Mustangs. 2 men out on the right side, 1 to the left. Play action, throw, caught. Richmond at midfield to the right side, and he's pulled out of bounds near the 46.
We're going to have a flag come in here as well. Thrown near the 40-yard line of Morningside.
Yep, a few yards downfield.
Yes.
And it's going to be against Mount Marty.
Yeah, I think this is going to be not on Richmond, who caught the ball. I think this might be on Waholtz, who was out there blocking on this one. They might get him for pass interference on a little pick route, or he might have been holding. Either way, I think this is going to be.
It's pass interference on the on the offense.
On the offense, you got him on the pick route there.
That will back up the football all the way back to the 33-yard line.
Wow. That's 15 yards loss on. That'll make it 1st and 25.
Yep, 1st and 25.
Ooh.
Lancers will send 3 receivers out to the right side. Shotgun set. Straight drop back. Under pressure over the middle. Richmond catches it at the 45-yard line. Rolls forward. And I think they're going to give him the 1st down. They will. It's a 26-yard pass completion to Moshe Richmond.
On 1st and 25, Moshe Richmond, there was good coverage there. He just went up and got it with the defender draped around him. We've talked about it, Steve. The Lancers have really found something in this freshman. He has got all the talent in the world.
From the 41-yard line of the Mustangs, 1st and 10, Lancers. Shotgun set, 2 men split out to the right side. Play action throw, incomplete. It was intended for Waholtz, but a big hit as the ball arrived by A.J. Matthews. Brings up 2nd and 10. Clock stops 6:17, first quarter. They said the snow was supposed to end around 1 o'clock. It's actually gotten heavier.
It has. We were talking about it in the pregame, and it started to go down a little bit. Now it's picking up. The snow is coming down here in Sioux City.
It is coming straight down. No wind really to speak of here in Sioux City. Movement on the line. Free play for the Lancers. Penalty flags fly down the sideline. Waholtz tips it away from what could have been an interception as the defensive back, Victor Tupra, had the better angle on the football, but I think this is going to be a free 5-yard walk-off.
Yep, that's why I just chucked the go route. Defense jumped.
Yep, offsides defense is the call, and that will make it 1st down and 5.
Mount Marty's been going to the air a lot
Or
more.
second and 5, I should say.
Second and 5, yeah.
Yep.
Mount Marty's been going to the air a lot more in the second half of the season. I'm looking at Rugby Riken's numbers. In the first 4 games, in terms of pass attempts, he had 29, 19, 33, and 22. In the last 5 games, set that big 74 pass attempt game, then 27, 32, 48, and 41 in the last 2 weeks. The Lancers have kind of turned to throwing the football in the back half of the season a lot more. They were a running team to start out.
Play action, blitz coming. Riken throws the long ball to the left sideline. Richmond caught it, and he's at the goal line. Touchdown! What a catch by Richmond!
And part of the reason they've gone to the air more is Moshe Richmond coming back from injury in the second half of the season. That guy is legit. Oh my gosh, one of the more talented receivers we have seen here for the Lancers.
There's some things you just can't coach.
Oh my
Talent's one of them,
gosh.
but you know what? It was a desire to get that football. He wanted it more than the defensive back.
That's literally what I was just talking about, was all leading to I was going to start talking about Moshe Richmond and his emergence in the second half of the season as to why they've been throwing the ball more. And it's just poetry. You can't set it up better than that.
Great pass by Riken. The point after kick by Vance is good. 14-7, Mustangs on top of the Lancers. 6:02 left, first quarter. We'll step away for 30 seconds, come back with the kickoff momentarily right here in KYNT.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
That last scoring drive was 8 plays, 79 yards, a 36-yard pass. Riken to Richmond, and it's 14-7, and Moshe Richmond is having a game already.
Oh my gosh, 4 catches, 89 yards, and that touchdown right there. It was a 36-yard touchdown pass. He got a 26-yard touchdown pass on the same drive when they were back on 1st and 25 starting off this drive. That's just incredible numbers. He had more than 60 yards on that drive alone through the air.
That's his 6th touchdown catch of the year. Hudson drops the kickoff at the 8-yard line, and he's hit right away and swarmed under at the 13. Good special teams coverage by Mount Marty.
And now we're going to see Morningside's offense come out with 5:57 to go in the first quarter. They've had 1 offensive snap to this point. This is where we're actually going to see a little bit of their offense. That one play they ran, they just chucked it up deep. It was Brown way downfield. He brought it in double coverage and took it into the end zone. Lancers have got to avoid the big plays here on this drive.
Mount Marty football brought today in part by Avera and Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. From their own 12-yard line, 1st and 10, Mustangs. Chevalier works the left. One back in the backfield. And it is going to be caught. Drew Sellen pulls it away from Mohammed. He's racing downfield. He is going to score on an 88-yard touchdown. Penalty flag down at the end of the play. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, that penalty is going to be after the play. Touchdown's going to stand. Oh my gosh. That is 2 plays, 2 long touchdowns.
Oh, but do
Morningside.
we have a penalty flag?
Oh, there's a second penalty.
And Morningside starting to retreat. I don't think this touchdown's going to count.
Oh my God. Okay, so there's 2 penalty flags. One of them was thrown after the play near the end zone. That might be a taunting by the receiver. But there is one thrown near the original line of scrimmage. This might bail out the Lancers. The officials are talking with John Micheletti, and everybody's walking back.
Yep.
Mount Marty got lucky here. This one's going to come off the board.
Waiting for the officials to sort things out. But, boy, that would have been a crippler if that touchdown stayed on the board. But the Lancers, I think, are going to dodge a bullet there. 5:42 left, first quarter. It's 14-7 Mustangs on top of the Lancers. And now the officiating crew having a huddle around the 25-yard line as we have 2 flags on the play. One at the line of scrimmage or near the line of scrimmage. The other one at the end of the play, thrown near the end zone. If it stands, it's an 88-yard pass, but it is not going to stand. Ineligible receiver down, or ineligible man downfield, and that's going to back him up. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Also on Morningside.
That's going to be declined.
Yeah.
So the penalty that takes the touchdown off the board will be enforced. It's half the distance to the goal, back to the 7-yard line.
Wow.
And that is a big break for Mount Marty, as they were going to give up an 88-yard touchdown, but it does not stand.
And that is a bad mistake. Ineligible man downfield. That is one of the offensive linemen who got downfield on that pass play. That is a rare penalty on just a straight drop back. You'll see those on RPOs quite often, but not on just straight drop backs. That's a bad mistake for Morningside, but still first down for them when it's all said and done, just 1st and 15.
All right, back at their own 7-yard line, and a mix-up in the backfield, and it's going to be a handoff to Hudson, but he's making his men miss, and he's going to have a first down on a busted play all the way out to the 25-yard line. There was confusion in the backfield. Chevalier turned to his right, no running back there. Hudson, he just kind of pitched it to him, and that was kind of like a backyard play.
Yeah, it was very broken, but the offensive line had great blocks making up for that last penalty, and he was 7 yards downfield before anybody touched him.
Quick pass, caught. Brown out on the right side, and is going to be quickly tackled out of bounds by Lubers. Short gain of 3 on the play. Drew Sellin, 13 touchdown catches on the season. Lennox Brown has 8 now, came into the game with 7. Empty, or check that, one back in the backfield. 2 receivers out either side. Quick handoff up the middle. Crashing in the line is Birch. He'll move the pile across the 30 to the 32-yard line. Gain of about 4.
Here's an opportunity. 3rd down. The Lancer defense has a chance of getting off the field here. They're down 7 still. They spotted Morningside, basically just gave Morningside 14 points to start the game, and now 14-7. You get off the field here, get the ball back to your offense. You can get back into this game, but it has to start on this play.
3rd down and 3 from the 32-yard line for the Mustangs. They'll split 1 man out to the left, 2 to the right. Straight drop back. Chevalier looking over the middle, has time, throws downfield, caught at the 40-yard line. Sellin makes a catch. He was open. Tackled by Oliver at the 39. Moved the chains. First down, Morningside.
And that was a great route from Sellin, recognizing the cover 2 defense. They were running straight zone where the Lancers. Sellin just ran where nobody else was. That post corner stayed on the numbers, hit right in the chest by Chevalier.
Chevalier has to scrape some snow away, sends a man in motion, and it's going to be a fake handoff. And here comes a sack as the quarterback goes down at the 47-yard line. In on the play was DJ Brown.
Yep, he was the first one there. The Lancers run a stunt up front on the defensive line. Brown starts on the left, goes inside. The offensive linemen don't recognize it, and he basically just has a free rush at the quarterback. Chevalier did the old Peyton Manning thing of fall and die, go to the next play. He just went straight to the ground as he knew he was about to take a hit.
Yeah, 7-yard loss on the play, moves the ball back to the 46-yard line of the Lancers, 2nd and 17. Brown goes in motion from left to right. 4 men now out on the right side. Chevalier looking over the middle, got a man, and it is going to be incomplete. They intended Kraft, and he got smoked out of the 25-yard line.
That was Arthur Oliver, and what a hit it was. It was perfect timing, got him right in the belly as he went up for it, to avoiding the penalty, avoiding the head-to-head on the defenseless receiver, got him in the belly and dislodged that ball right as he touched it. That was great timing. 3rd and long.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Runza. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. Runza's, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, and more. It's there at Runza. 3rd and 17. 3 men split out to the right side, 1 to the left. Out of the shotgun, Chevalier has time, throws over the middle. It's going to be caught. Sellin at the 30-yard line, slips from a man. He's tackled at the 24. First down, Mustangs.
Great play design from the Mustangs, able to get Sellin open downfield. You know, you're in 3rd and 17. He runs a route that is just short of the sticks. The Lancers are covering downfield, and he's able to take it across with yards after catch. It was good.
21-yard gain at the 25-yard line. First down and 10. Play action. Throw. Selling screen at the 20 to the 15. Makes a man miss. Dances down the sideline. Dives for the end zone. Is he in? Yes. Touchdown, Morningside.
Wow. So that was just Selling and back-to-back plays. He was one-on-one with Amir Conley down on the near side of the field. No safety help. They just throw basically a screen to him as Conley was playing 15 yards deep. They just throw it to him. It's one-on-one open field tackle. Jukes him out and just takes it to the end zone. That was great from Selling.
25 yards on the pass completion for the touchdown for Selling. That is his 14th touchdown catch of the year. Makes it 20-7. Now the point after kick coming up by Tommy Fitzsimmons. High snap, brought down, kick on the way. It is good. 2:16 left to go, first quarter. Mustangs 21, Lancers 7. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
That last scoring drive, 8 plays, and they go 88 yards, 3:41 time of possession. Selling the catch of 25 yards from Chevalier, his second touchdown pass of the day, makes it 21-7 in favor of Morningside over Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Snowy Saturday in Sioux City at Olsen Stadium. 2:16 left to go in the first quarter. And there's a high end-over-end kickoff, and it'll be caught at the 15-yard line. And that is Coleman on the return, and he might have dropped the football. He did, and it's recovered by Morningside.
Oh, man. That's a tough one.
Boy, when it rains, it pours.
Ooh. Lancers cough it up at their own 23-yard line on a kick return. That is their second lost fumble of the game. They gave up a 56-yard touchdown pass on the very first offensive snap to Morningside. They then fumble the ball. They got a scoop and score to the Morningside defense. A long drive for Morningside there. They started inside of their own 10. And then the very next play, the kickoff, you fumble the football. Morningside has a chance to go up 28-7 here if they can cash in. They're 2 yards outside of the red zone. That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, from the 22-yard line of the Lancers, 1st and 10, Morningside, their offense back on the field. They'll go to the run, and they're going to be stopped in the backfield. Birch got the handoff, dropped for a yard loss. Yeah, I think for Mount Marty, the best thing you can hope for is just hope you can hold them and force them to try a field goal attempt on these snowy conditions.
And that was the key right there, snowy conditions. No guarantee of field goals going in these conditions, so that is exactly the goal. Try and hold, make them kick it. If they hit it in these conditions, great, but you got to at least make them try it. No end zone.
Empty, or check that one back in the backfield. Chevalier is being pressured. He's sacked back at the 32-yard line.
Lancers bring pressure. It's Arthur Oliver with the sack. The safety comes in on the blitz. They send 5. 3rd and long. 3rd and 17 or 18, it looks like.
Well, they're going to say his knee was down at the 30-yard line.
No.
So that's 3rd and 18 coming up for Morningside. Mount Marty Football Today brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group.
Drew Selling one-on-one with Amir Conley on the left side of the field. Doesn't look like there's any safety help. Straight man-to-man.
Straight drop back. Late blitz coming. Chevalier's got a run. He dodges one man, throws on the run. Incomplete at the 20-yard line.
That is exactly where the Mustangs were looking, too. They were trying to hit Selling there. Chevalier instantly looks that way, but the pass rush disrupted it. It's exactly what we talked about in the pregame. They've got to have a good rush today, make him feel uncomfortable, because that happens. You get a sack to force 3rd down, an incompletion on 3rd down then, and here comes that kicking unit.
Oh, no, they're leaving the offense on the field.
All right, here we go. maybe they don't want to try it with these conditions.
They're going for the knockout punch. 4th and 18 from the Lancer 30-yard line. 2 men to the left, 2 men out to the right. Birch in it, running back to the right of his quarterback. Now Lennox Brown in motion, straight drop back. Has time, throws to the end zone. It's going to be caught and out of bounds at the 1-yard line by Drew Sellen as he and Muhammad were tied up. And what a catch by Sellen. My goodness, they were fighting for the football, and Sellen just took it away.
There was a lot of contact. Asmaral Muhammad was wanting a push-off, and offensive pass interference, didn't get the call.
Handoff, Birch up the middle, touchdown, Morningside. And for Jalen Birch, that is his 7th rushing touchdown of the year. And the Mustangs have raced out to a 27-7 lead here in the first quarter. We still have 43 seconds left. This Morningside offense looks like a well-oiled machine. And at times when you see the offense operate like this, you wonder how in the world did Northwestern hold them to 13 points? Fitzsimmons for the PAT.
A lot of it's turnovers. This one, once again, off the fumble on the kick return for the Lancers. It was a short field, only 23 yards to go, and they cash in.
Kick is good. 28-7. Mustangs on top. 43 seconds left to go in the first quarter. We'll step away for 30 seconds. Come back with the kickoff on KYNT.
Harvest only comes once a year. You can't afford to waste time stuck behind a desk. At H&R Block of Yankton, we know ag business, and we know the importance of every minute during harvest. Let us handle the bookkeeping, payroll, and taxes while you focus on bringing in the crops. From deductions to record keeping, we'll make sure your numbers are in order so you can focus on the harvest. Call locally owned H&R Block of Yankton today at 605-665-3366.
The last scoring drive, 5 plays, 22 yards, a minute 33. Birch officially from 2 yards out on that touchdown run. And it is 28-7. Mustangs early on pulling away from Mount Marty. We got 43 seconds left here in quarter number 1. Doing the kickoff duties, Bryson Wilkie. He's a junior. End over end kick, kind of short. And a fair catch called for that time by Coleman at the 18-yard line. Well, the shell-shocked Mount Marty team needs to just go back to basics here and just not try to do too much. You can't score 3 touchdowns on one play.
No, you can't. 28-7 down in the final minute of the first quarter. Lancers kind of basically gave an easy 21 to the opposing team. The very first play of the game, Morningside scores on a deep ball. After that, the Lancers fumble the ball, scoop and score all the way down the field. Then the Lancers fumble on a kick return, short field for the Mustangs. They've only had one drive in this game, long drive. Outside of that, they've just been scoring downfield.
Hirsch tries to run to the left side. He'll be trapped behind the line of scrimmage, lost a yard on the play. Line of scrimmage was a 25, tackled at the 24. It has been all Morningside here in this first quarter. Let's see if the Lancers will run one more play as time winds down here in quarter number 1. They do not have to, and they appear to be in no hurry whatsoever. 1 quarter in the books. It's Morningside 28, Mount Marty 7. We'll take a 60-second timeout. Come back with quarter number 2. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. This is Mount Marty Football. You're listening to KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tycro in Yankton today.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayer Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayer Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayer Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
Getting ready for the second quarter of action. Morningside dominates the first period. They're up 28-7.
The biggest thing I can say to describe that first quarter, Morningside has 4 touchdowns. Mount Marty has had 2 drives. That is insane. Morningside started it off with that one-play touchdown down the field. Lancers then fumble the ball, scoop and score. Lancers then go down the field and score. Then back-to-back touchdowns on 2 offensive possessions for the Lancers. That's tough.
Screen pass goes to Kyle Hirsch. He gets to the 25-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage, and he is hit hard out of bounds, and it'll be 3rd and 10 coming up.
So as I'm saying, like this is only the 3rd drive of the game for the Lancers, and your opponent has scored 4 touchdowns. You only took 1 snap on this 3rd drive in that first quarter. 4 touchdowns for Morningside, 2 drives for Mount Marty. That's just giving the opponent points at this point.
2 men to the right, 1 to the left. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun set. Riken being pressured. Steps up in the pocket. Throws over the middle. Double coverage. In and out of the hands of Richmond at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, double coverage. He was hit as he was up in the air. They're starting to put 2 men on him. Riken actually had an under route that was open as the safety drifted towards Richmond instead of that under route. Tried Richmond instead. And I don't blame him the way Richmond's been playing, but missed the open route there.
Camden Vance comes on the punt, averaging 29.7 yards per attempt. It's been blocked a couple of times early in the season, and he'll stand near his own 10-yard line to punt it away. Dropping back deep is Drew Sellen to return. He's at his own 40. Just underway, second quarter, snap on target. Kick, it's a good punt. Fair catch called for. Sellen has it at the 48-yard line. And that's where Morningside sets up again, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Landera. You may have noticed at Dakota Mac, and today we are Landera. They have the same great service and more banking options to help your operation thrive. Learn more at landeraag.com.
Also another interesting stat from the first quarter. Rugby Riken, 8 of 11, 119 yards and a touchdown. Chevalier, 7 of 9, 179 yards and 2 touchdowns. On a snowy day, we have a combined 250 yards through the air, 20 passes and 3 touchdowns.
Yep, the snow not slowing down the offense as here comes Hudson running to the outside. He is tackled after a short gain across midfield to the 48. Gain of 4 on that play by Morningside.
Running the football, Morningside actually has -8 yards with the sacks of Chevalier counting against there. Now up to -4 with a good run there.
Quick pass caught. Griffin at the 40 to the 35. Slips the tackle, gets down to the 32-yard line. Move the chains, 1st down Morningside. Griffin Kraft with the catch there. Of course, he got hit hard in that first quarter as the big senior from North Liberty, Missouri makes a nice catch and run after catch there. Out of the shotgun set. It is going to be a run up the middle, and Hudson trapped in the backfield for a 3-yard loss back at the 35.
It's Bryson Mitchell once again. He has been great this season. 5 sacks, 27 tackles, another TFL there for the sophomore.
13:05 left to go, second quarter. Mustangs 28, Lancers 7. Morningside, 2nd down, 13 at the Lancer 35-yard line. 2 men split out to the left, 1 to the right. Shotgun set, handoff. It is going to be Hudson. He has a hole around the right side. He gets across the 30 to the 25 and tackled at the 23, shy of the marker.
And that's going to put Morningside into positive territory in rushing stats on the day, actually. They were sitting at -7 going into that play, now up to +5, 3rd and 1.
Yep. Juven Hudson stays in at running back. He'll have the handoff, and he's hit, and he won't get there. Oliver comes up and stuffs him at the line. He's shy of the marker.
Morningside's been throwing the ball very effectively, but the Lancer run defense has been great. 4th and 1.
Hudson out, Birch in at running back. 4th down and a yard at the Lancer 23, and the Mustangs are going to go for it. They shuffle in some personnel. More of a run package in there.
A jumbo package in.
Yep. Double tight end set with Kraft at H-back, and now they'll shift over to the left side. Under center, handoff, Birch. He'll have the first down to the 20-yard line. Just dove forward and had it.
Great blocking in the jumbo package there.
One of the offensive linemen, that's Brody Catrier, trying to sell a little unsportsmanlike conduct, maybe personal foul.
Him and DJ Brown had a late shove there, and he was trying to sell it for the official.
Embellish it.
I always love it when they flail their arms and jump backwards. These big 300-pound dudes doing that, it's funny.
Play action, throw out on the left side, caught, and stepping out of bounds inside the 10 was Kyle Sisler, wide receiver out of Runnels, Iowa. They'll make it first down and goal, and they're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the 6-yard line. Nice little pitch and catch there. Chevalier doing a nice job today. And they'll do a play action. Throw to the end zone, tipped up in the air and incomplete. They went to Lennox Brown, and Pierce tipped it away. The ball was hanging in midair, but nobody saw it, and it falls to the ground incomplete. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. Second and goal from the 6 for Morningside. They'll line up in the pistol formation. Chevalier at quarterback sends a man in motion. Hands off. Birch up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Morningside from 6 yards out. Birch, touchdown number 8 on the season on the ground for him.
Yeah, the running back out of Overland Park, Kansas, able to get in there once again. 90 carries coming into today for 550 yards thereabout, and good second touchdown of the day there.
Yeah, the offensive line for Morningside really blocked well on that particular play.
Yeah.
And now we'll have Fitzsimmons try the point after kick. Cash Parker, the backup quarterback, is the holder. Kick on the way is good. 10:43 left until halftime. Mustangs out in front, 35-7 over Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
That last scoring drive, 9 plays, 52 yards, 3:22 time of possession. Jalen Birch, a touchdown run from 6 yards out, makes it 35-7. Favor of Morningside over Mount Marty, and the snow getting heavier here in Sioux City.
Yeah, I just got an update with that. We are now on a winter weather advisory, which is coming down. The snow is coming down. These are the heavy, wet flakes that are coming down slowly. Big flakes of snow. It's going to start packing up here pretty quick.
Yeah, the field, fortunately, is still clear. Fair catch called for on the kickoff by Coleman. That'll put the ball at the 25-yard line for Mount Marty here. 10:43 left to go in quarter number 2.
I think it's just warm enough that it's getting there. 36 degrees, and obviously the players running up and down on the field is stopping it from packing for the moment. That field turf able to stay a little bit warm, but I wouldn't be surprised if it starts getting that white blanket on it.
Well, the streets look clear, and for those who have never been to Olsen Stadium here, it's in a residential area here in Sioux City, tucked in away next to Morningside University.
All the grass around is completely covered.
Yeah. Snow getting heavier as the Lancers operate right to left on your radio dial. 1st and 10. Malachi Hart's in at running back. They'll hand him the ball. He squeezes through the line, has a hole across the 30 to the 40 to midfield. Just one man to beat. He angles. He's at the 30, the 20, and he's tackled. And did he lose the football? He did at the 10-yard line, and Morningside recovers. Oh my goodness gracious, a great run by Malachi Hartz, all for naught as he fumbles the ball away deep in Morningside territory near the 10-yard line.
That was a 65-yard run. Malachi was down the field. It was all speed. They end up catching him at the 10-yard line, and they just punch it out from behind as they grab a hold of him, and that is the third lost fumble of the game by the Mount Marty Lancers. We're 10:30 to go in the first half. That is
Heartbreak City. That's the longest run of the year for Malachi Hartz, the longest run for any running back or ball carrier, but all for naught. Chevalier play action. But I think Morningside got it back as Arthur Oliver came in on the blitz. And Morningside recovers it at the 3-yard line.
Sack, ball was down. Morningside's able to jump on it. Heavy loss on the play, though. You lose about 8 yards. You're back at your own 2-yard line. Now here is where you
call it a gain of 7, but it's still 3rd and 12 coming up. And let's see, here comes they had a run unit in there, so they're going to make some substitution, bring in some receivers, do the Mustangs. 9:30 left to go, second quarter. It's been all Morningside. 35 split out to the left, one receiver to the right. Shotgun set. Chevalier drops back in the end zone, has time, throws over the middle, caught. Brown, it'll be a first down at the 24-yard line. And Lennox Brown with another big catch, and they move the chains.
And he was just standing in the middle of the field, way downfield. He wasn't moving. Lancers just kind of let him slip by. Chevalier just gives it to him.
And they'll have a running play. Birch to the left side. He's hit, fights through some tackles, and somehow he turned what could have been a 2-yard loss into about a 2-yard gain. Second down and 8 coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Sureco. You need to be sure, make it Sureco. Second and 8 coming up. 8.5 minutes left to go until halftime. Snow is falling here in Sioux City at Olsen Stadium. Shotgun set. And it'll be a play action. Throw over the middle quickly. Caught at the 40-yard line. Nice catch there over the middle by Sisler. And the blitz was coming, and Chevalier took a hit. He has Kozad in the game, the third-string running back, the redshirt freshman from Muscatine, Iowa. First down, Mustangs. They operate left to right on your radio dial here in quarter number 2. 4-man front for the Lancers. Running play to the outside right side. Kozad cuts back against the grain, keeps the legs churning, and he'll have a 7-yard gain when all is said and done. Second and 3, 7.5 minutes left to go until halftime. Morningside has owned this first half.
It's really, they've been doing a great job punching the ball out, but it's ball security for the Lancers just not covering it. 3 lost fumbles in the first half.
And here's a run by Kozad, and he'll be across midfield to the Lancer 40-yard line, and he'll have a first down. Ty Kozad, the 210-pound redshirt freshman, impressive on that run. And it's a first down in Lancer territory at the 40-yard line. Isaac Connor checking it as a receiver. He's out by himself on the left side. 2 men out on the right. Shotgun set, handoff, Kozad to the right side, bounces to the outside, has a hole across the 30 to the 25, the 20, the 15, and I think he stepped out of bounds. He did. Back near the 12-yard line, or actually the 13-yard line. He stepped out of bounds, otherwise he was going the distance.
Yeah, Mount Marty got lucky on that one because Kozad had a clear path to the end zone. He didn't have to hug the sideline as close as he did. Just kind of a mental mistake by him, and steps out at about the 12, 13-yard line. They've still got to punch it in.
6:20 left to go, second quarter, 35-7 Mustangs on top of the Lancers from the 13. First and 10, Chevalier, screen pass caught by Griffin Kraft, he'll waltz into the end zone untouched. Touchdown, Mustangs with 6:08 left to go in the second quarter.
Morningside's pouring it on at this point. 41 points in the first 20 minutes.
They are
25 minutes.
I would say they're in playoff mode right now.
Yeah.
Because they know they've got a big matchup next week against Dorton. They cannot afford to stumble today, but they have made a statement here against Mount Marty, a team that has played them tough on this field in the past, but it's been all Mustangs today. Kick is good on the point after try. With 6:08 left to go until halftime, Mustangs 42, Lancers 7. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
When you can't know what's coming, know you're covered. With Avera Health Plans, you can count on local, trusted care and your choice of doctors and care close to home and across the nation. Health insurance coverage shouldn't feel out of reach. Contact your local agent or explore your options online. Visit averahealthplans.com.
That last scoring drive for Morningside, 9 plays, 89 yards, 4:22 time of possession. Chevalier to Griffin Kraft from 13 yards out. For Kraft, that is his 4th touchdown catch of the year. And the Mustangs are rolling at 42-7 over Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. And sometimes teams get into playoff mode down the course of the season, especially when they know they don't have much margin for error. Morningside seems to be in playoff mode.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from what Morningside has done, but I feel like this is more on the Lancers, just some mental mistakes and ball security. 3 lost fumbles in the first half. That is the majority of the reason for this. 3 lost fumbles, giving away free points to the other team. You had a scoop and score fumble, and then you have a fumble at your own 23-yard line. That one, at least, they had to go all the way down the field. The fumble was at the opposing 10, so they had to go 90 yards, but go 90 yards they did.
1st and 10 Lancers from their own 25-yard line. Marty Football today brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Play action, throw, screen pass. It's going to be caught by Richmond out on the right side, and he'll have enough yardage for the first down across the 35 to the 38.
Late flag comes in, too, right at the first down marker. We'll see if this stands.
Big snowflakes falling here in Sioux City. They're coming straight down.
Wow, it is really coming down.
And it's a penalty against Mount Marty.
Yeah, I wondered if they were going to throw this. So Jackson Walholtz was out there throwing blocks for Moshe Richmond, and they're going to get him for a holding penalty here. He had a hold of a Mustang, and they're going to back him up. They're actually going to back him up. Oh, I wonder if this was not holding, because this is... Oh, they're going way back. The holding was at the first down marker. If it was holding, it would have backed up 10, but they're going back to... It's going to be replay first down, and it's 1st and 23.
So there maybe say that penalty happened. Yeah, it could be offensive pass. Yeah, that's half the distance to the goal.
Wow.
Alrighty, it's 1st and 23. Ball put back at the 12-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Reichen rolls out to the right. Has time, throws over the middle, and it is going to be tapped away incomplete. Intended for Broadnax at the 25-yard line. First time we've called Broadnax's name today.
Yeah, Broadnax, he ran just a straight route over the middle of the field. Moshe Richmond was going deep, drawing the safeties in a clear-out route. It was Broadnax coming across the formation. He had a step on his defender, but the ball was thrown just a little bit behind him. He had to stop and wait for it. Defender caught up. Collision as the ball gets there. Incomplete.
2nd down, 23. 5:53 left to go here in the second quarter. Lancers out of the shotgun, throw a pass. Tipped away, incomplete at the 25-yard line. On the sidelines, Wahol's the intended receiver, and that was Patupra on the coverage.
It was a big hit. I thought he was a touch early, but it was definitely close. 3rd down.
Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. 3rd down and 22 for Mount Marty. They'll split 2 men to the left, 2 men out to the right. Now Hirsch clears out of the backfield. Blitz coming. Riken steps up. Under pressure. He'll tuck and run. He'll get to the 20 and dives near the 25 to the 26. So he got back to the original line of scrimmage.
And another penalty comes in, too.
Penalty flag late in here.
Now, this is 13 yards downfield. It's about the same marker where Riken went down, but it was not thrown at the tackle. It was a clean tackle. He wasn't hit late or anything. He dove head first, and they cover him up. It was no head-to-head or anything. So this is going to be probably holding on one of these two teams on a receiver or DB.
Referee will make the signal momentarily. Personal foul on Morningside. 15 yards and an automatic first down, so a big penalty against against Morningside.
So was that on the tackle?
I don't know.
It might have been. I'm not sure if it was on the tackle or elsewhere. Riken went down. He slid head first, and he got down, covered the ball. They didn't hit him in the head or anything. They just covered him up, got on top of him.
Might have been a penalty away from the football on one of the other blockers. Nonetheless, Lancers will take it. 1st down and 10 at their own 42-yard line. Hirsch in the game at running back, play action. Riken has plenty of time, throws over the middle, and it's Broadnecks, catches it, drops it at the 30. There was contact ahead of time, and no penalty flag.
Whoa. That was incredibly early contact. DB ran into him, and no defensive pass interference. Steve, the last couple weeks are making me think, do I not know what defensive pass interference is?
I'm wondering the same thing. Coach Micheletti was out on the field. He is talking to one of the officials.
Well, geez, after the missed calls in the game last week and then that one there,
he wants a timeout.
Yeah,
he is not happy, and we have a Mount Marty timeout called with 5:15 left to go here, 2nd quarter. Mustangs up 42-7 in this timeout. Being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll be back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
$5:15 left to go, 2nd quarter. Morningside 42, Mount Marty 7, along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here. Mount Marty just spent a timeout as Coach Micheletti not happy along that far sideline after that last play where there appeared to be pass interference on the defense.
Yeah, and the timeout taken wasn't even for the Lancers. He spent the entirety of that timeout speaking with 2 officials there, had him on the far sideline and was speaking with them the whole time. Coach Micheletti was a defensive back. He was a corner when he played college football. He knows what pass interference is, and that's what it is.
Pass. Incomplete. Penalty flag down.
There he's getting the call again.
Zone Robinson, the intended receiver at the 45-yard line. A little swing out pass, and arriving early was A.J. Matthews.
All right, so whatever Coach Micheletti was saying during that timeout, I think the officials got the message.
Well, that time the DB did arrive early as well.
Oh, 100%.
And that'll be a walk-off against Morningside. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Mount Marty will have the football, 1st and 10. I'm going to say, I think, holding, but it's at their own 48-yard line. So a 5-yard walk-off instead of 15. Quick outlet pass. Waholes pushed out of bounds after a gain of about 8 yards.
Snow is starting to die down a little bit here, but the last time we said that, it then picked up 10 minutes later, so we'll see what happens here.
2nd down and 1. Under 5 minutes to go. Broadnax comes in at a wide receiver. He'll split out on the right side. Now Roland comes in motion from right to left. Waholes, Richmond out on the left side. High snap, brought down, handoff. Hirsch up the middle, has a hole, squeezed through it at the 40, to the 35, angles to the right, to the 30, and pushed out of bounds near the 27-yard line. Penalty flag late.
Going to be late hit out of bounds there. Gave Kyle Hirsch a late shove as he crossed the opposing sideline. Definitely a lighter one there, but maybe a
call.
I was just going to say that might be a little bit of make goods here after the missed calls earlier.
Clock stops, 4:28, second quarter. Mustangs up big at 42-7, but Lancers have a good drive going, helped out by a couple of penalties, and that will be tacked on to the end of the run. It moves the ball all the way down to the 12-yard line. So that's like a 15-yard walk-off there. Yep, personal foul. And Mount Marty's in business here in the red zone at the 12-yard line. 1st down and 10. One man splits out to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Now here comes Richmond in motion from right to left. Taps his wrist as a signal to his fellow wide receiver. Backfield clears out. Quarterback draw. Reichen up the middle. Has a hole. Angles to his right. He's going to race into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty on the quarterback draw.
Yeah, just a designed run and great blocking up front. Reichen finds the lane, cuts to the outside at the end, able to get into the end zone. It was well designed, well executed.
Coach Micheletti saying, hey, we're going to go for 2 here, it looks like. So the offense is going to stay out on the field. And, well, why not when you're down 42-13? 3:59 left to go until halftime. And we got plenty of time. 12 seconds on the play clock. Reichen looking over to the sideline. 10 now on the play clock. He'll line them up.
Starting to wind down on him.
5 on the play clock. Reichen in the shotgun, gets the snap off, rolls out to his right, being pressured, spins around, retreats, throws to the back of the end zone into coverage, tapped away, incomplete, intended for Hirsch. And breaking up that play was Landry Phipps, the linebacker. And they were wondering about pass interference there. No flag forthcoming. 2-point conversion, no good. 3:59 left until halftime. Mustangs 42, Lancers 13, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
The last scoring drive for the Lancers, 7 plays, 75 yards, 2:09 time of possession. Reichen on the 12-yard touchdown run. Point after 2-point attempt, no good. 42-13 our score. Morningside on top. Well, do you try an onside kick?
Honestly, might. 4 minutes to go, second quarter, down 42-13. Something's got to change in this game, and that's the type of play that can get changed. So, solid chance. Morningside, they've got 5 up on the line and 2 ready to come up if needed as well. They're kind of prepared.
All right, Camden Vance has it teed up at the 35. Snow much lighter now, and it will be the deep kick. End over end to the middle of the field, and picking up there is Birch. And he has a hole across the 30 and cut down near the 33-yard line. And that's where Morningside sets up shop. 1st down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Snowy day in Sioux City at Olsen Stadium.
Well, here's something that the Lancers need to keep an eye on. 3:53 to go. They will get the ball first to start the second half. If they can get a defensive stop here and then go 2 for 1, pack on another 14 points, they could potentially get back into this game, but it has to start with a defensive stop.
And this play is going to be blown dead, and a timeout called by Morningside. They were a little out of sorts coming off the sidelines, so they will call a timeout with 3:51 left to go. We'll keep it here during the break. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. While we got a moment here, why don't we check some scores on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Excuse me. Northwestern is crushing Doan at the moment. Start of the fourth quarter, 44-zip.
Wow.
Other scores, games in progress around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. That was the early game. It is Dordt ahead of Concordia, 28-14. Late in the second, Midland way out in front of Dakota Wesleyan, 31-7. That game near halftime. Back to action, play action, throw. Caught Sizzler at the 40-yard line out on the left side, gain of about 6 yards.
So what kind of happened there, I assume, that first down, right as they're marching out, they have to call a timeout. I'm betting Morningside is trying to get game reps now for play calls in the back of the book. They're trying to try out some different sets and different things, and they weren't ready in that first play. That's a weird spot for a timeout. So
play action pass caught by Griffin Kraft. He'll get to midfield. That's where his momentum is stopped, and he'll have a first down for Morningside. Good gain on the play, and they'll actually spot the ball at the Mount Marty 49-yard line. 3 minutes left to go here in the first half. Morningside on the move again. They're up 42-13. The shotgun set. It's a handoff, and that's going to be Birch. Makes a man miss, and he'll get to the 40-yard line. Gain, let's see, are they going to give him that extra yardage? Yep, 10-yard gain, first down. He's at the Lancer 39. Birch, a very shifty runner.
yeah, he's now got 34 yards on the ground to go along with his 2 touchdowns.
Shotgun set. Birch stands to the right of his quarterback. Here comes Brown in motion on the right side. Play action. Blitz coming. He has time, and now the pocket collapses. Down goes Chevalier. Rogers with the sack. Back at the 46-yard line.
Lancers are blitzing a lot more in this game than we've seen it in the past. They usually straight rush 3 or 4. They've been bringing 5 a lot and getting a lot of pressure. That is their 4th sack on Chevalier.
And we're coming up to the 2-minute timeout. And we have reached it here in quarter number 2. Mustangs 42, Lancers 13. We'll step away for 1 minute along with Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you're listening to KYNT.
When First Dakota National Bank created Dakota Mac in 1993, we knew we could offer ag producers something few other banks dared to. Long-term, fixed-rate loans for ag real estate refinances and purchases. Today, we go by Landera, and we provide the same great service and even more banking options to help your operation thrive for generations to come. Banking evolves. Trust endures. Landera, a division of First Dakota National Bank.
Big changes are happening at Lewis & Clark Ford in Yankton. Come meet our new finance manager, new sales manager, and our all-new sales team, bringing fresh energy and hometown service.
During our year-end sale, get top dollar for your trade, plus an extra $1,000, and enjoy 0% APR for 3 years on select Ford models with approved credit.
Don't wait. These deals won't last. At Lewis & Clark Ford, the deals you want, the Fords you love.
Visit us online at lewisandclarkford.com or stop in at 4th and Capitol.
Out of the 2-minute timeout, Morningside out of the shotgun. Throws a pass over the middle, incomplete, intended for Birch at the 45-yard line. It's Morningside 42, Lancers 13. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride on a snowy day here in Sioux City, Iowa at Olsen Stadium. The snow's picked up a little bit more, Tehl, over the last few minutes.
Both times we've said it's starting to die off, it's picked up again. But going back to that last incompletion on 2nd and 16, it's a gift to the Lancers. Now 3rd and 16, they still got 2 timeouts left. They can get the ball back with a 3rd down stop.
Lancers showing blitz. Here they come. Chevalier has time, throws to the sideline, and it's behind the receiver, incomplete. Penalty flag down late as Mohammed was covering the receiver down there, and that was Jacob Nelson from Donahue, Iowa. We weren't sure if we were going to see him today because he has been hurt.
Going to the penalty, it absolutely was defensive pass interference. Lancers don't like it, mostly specifically because they didn't get the call on when their offense had it, but that was, he was early.
Yeah, and that'll move the ball down to the Lancer 30-yard line. Automatic first down for Morningside. Both teams 2 timeouts left. Chevalier splits out 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. That's Nelson over on the right side. Hand off, and it's going to be Kozad. Hit and drop for a 2-yard loss in the backfield. Brock Lubers makes the play.
And another good play for the junior middle linebacker. Little make it 2nd and long here. 1:35 on the clock. Morningside moving quickly here.
Yep, but not in panic mode. They just come quickly to the line of scrimmage, reset in almost a calm fashion. Play action. Blitz. Sack back at the 40-yard line, and that is Bryson Mitchell.
Timeout. Mount Marty needs to call one of their last 2 timeouts. It's going to be 3rd and very long, 1.5 minutes to go. They're not taking it. You want to take them both here on 2nd and 3rd down and try and get the ball back, but I think the Lancers might just be happy taking it to halftime if they can. No timeout coming in. That clock is running. Morningside's going to take all the time they can before they snap it on 3rd down.
Yeah, 55 seconds left, and now Morningside wants to call a timeout, and they will. 55 seconds on the clock. They're facing 3rd and 18. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch there on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break.
Yeah, that is an incredibly interesting time to call the timeout for Morningside. Mount Marty should have called it right after the sack. They'd have about 1.5 minutes on 3rd down. You get the stop on 3rd down, you use your final timeout, and you get the ball back with just over 1 minute to go and no timeouts theoretically. Morningside calling it there with 19 seconds still on the play clock. You could have marched off almost 20 seconds and then taken the timeout before 3rd down and give the Lancers 35 seconds left in the half. But there's still 55 seconds left, and the Lancers have 2 timeouts. So that's an interesting time for the timeout that call there.
Update on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard at halftime. Briar Cliff on the road leads at Waldorf 21-0. And they're late in the second quarter. Dort leads at home against Concordia 28-14. A lot of people keeping an eye on that particular contest. All right, here we go. Back to action after the timeout. 3rd and 18 for Morningside there. The Lancer 38, straight drop back. Chevalier has time, throws the long ball to the right sideline. Got a man, and it is going to be incomplete, intended for Brown. He had it, but his foot was out of bounds. Conley on the coverage, and here comes the punting unit.
Well, ended up working out for the Lancers. You wanted the timeout right after the 2nd down sack, but the incompletion and then the timeout from Morningside give the Lancers 48 seconds on the clock, and they keep their 2 timeouts, and they'll get the ball to start the second half. See if you can get a good punt return, and maybe you have time to get down the field here. Throw something long and see if you can get one final score going into the halftime locker room.
Luke Paulson to punt, goes down to a knee, but gets the ball off and hold everything. And I think we're going to have a penalty against Morningside. Oh, no, the punter went down to a knee, so he's down.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, he did. The ball was on the ground. He went down to grab it, and he went down to a knee to get it. Another gift. Morningside has given 3 gifts to the Lancers in the last 3 plays. They call the timeout with still 20 seconds on the play clock. Then the 3rd down incompletion. The punter hits knee. The Lancers get in opposing territory at the opposing 49-yard line, 45 seconds. They keep their 2 timeouts. They need to go do something with this football here. They get the ball to start the second half. If they can go 2 for 1, this game's not over.
2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Roll out right side. Right can throw. Short pass tapped in, away incomplete, intended for Richmond. And that was a Tupra on the coverage. Sets up 2nd and 10. 40 seconds on the clock. And remember, the clock stops on a play that gets them enough yardage for a first down because the chains need to reset.
There is a glimmer of hope for the Lancers here. They need to go 2 for 1 and have a chance of getting back in this game. Got to score at the end of the half.
1 receiver out, or 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Shotgun set. Blitz coming. Riken steps up, throws the ball down the field. It's a wobbler and intercepted at the 22-yard line, but then it's fumbled and recovered. Penalty flags downfield. Hold the phone, folks.
Yeah, this interception not going to stand at all. Moshe Richmond was covered downfield, and he was grabbed. He was yanked. It was very clear pass interference on the defense, and then the safety came in and got the interception after, but that is not going to stand. Lancers going to get free yardage.
Yeah, Cade Harriman intercepted the ball, but now Morningside's starting to clap, and they're saying this may be against Mount Marty, and this interception may stand. Referees conferring at the 30-yard line. Clock stops, 30 seconds. This is a huge, huge penalty either way. 2 flags thrown in the backfield. That pass was kind of a wobbler downfield as Riken was under heavy pressure. We also, I think, got some penalty flags near the 40-yard line. Or is that snow on the field?
That's
no, snow on the field. Okay. Here's the signal from the official. I don't think his mic has been working all day today. We're kind of watching the hand signals there. Pass interference defense.
Yep.
15 yards. Automatic first down for the Lancers.
Yeah, so they talked about it for a second, but it's exactly what we thought. Moshe Richmond was being grabbed and pulled and yanked any which way. It was very clear defensive pass interference. March off 15 yards, 30 seconds on the clock. Still 2 timeouts for the Lancers. They've still got a chance here.
And they can work the middle of the field with those timeouts in their back pocket. The ball's at the 35, or actually just inside the 35. We'll call it the 34-yard line of Morningside. 1st and 10, Lancers. Empty backfield. Blitz coming. Riken in trouble. Rolls out. Penalty flag down. Throws towards the end zone. And it's going to be intercepted at the 8-yard line. A Tupra. And I got a feeling this one's going to stand.
Yeah, there is a penalty flag down, but it's in the Lancer backfield. I think this is going to be holding on Mount Marty, and that interception's going to stand. That'll be the 4th turnover of the first half, and that is the call. Holding on
the offense. It's declined. Wow. And for Riken, that is interception number 12 on the season. It comes with 23 seconds left to go, and a scoring opportunity goes by the boards for Mount Marty here in the waning moments of quarter number 2 on a snowy field here at Olsen Stadium in Sioux City, Iowa. And the snow's picked up again. Every time we think it may be dissipating, it comes back. And this is going to be the safety formation here. Chevalier is just going to take a knee. And we're done with the first half of football. And Morningside has raced out to a big lead over the Mount Marty Lancers. 42-13. Mustangs lead here at the break. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with our halftime show that's being brought to you today by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football. You're listening to KYNT.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This holiday season, here's an idea. Book a room at the Fairfield by Marriott and shop away. Just outside Fairfield's front doors are Yankton's newest stores, Hobby Lobby and Marshall's. Plus there's Dunham's and Shoe Sensation, all within walking distance. You can also grab something to eat and catch a movie. It's all so convenient now. Perfect for Black Friday or weekends. Call the Fairfield by Marriott direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. This holiday season, shop and stay in Yankton.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than just egg tarps? Sherco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
And welcome to the halftime show, brought to you by Parker Hannafin Mount Marty Football on a snowy Saturday here in Sioux City, Iowa, along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here. It is 42-17, Mustangs out in front of the Mount Marty Lancers, and we'll start off our halftime presentation with the Runza Rundown, brought to you, of course, by our good friends over at Runza. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food fast so you can get going. They've got Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, desserts, and a whole lot more. And thank you to Runza for their support of Mount Marty Athletics. And this one, Tehl, well, the Mustangs, they just charged right out of the gate in this one.
Yeah, they did. They score on their very first snap. They throw it downfield. It was a 56-yard touchdown catch by Lennox Brown. He takes it to the house to open things up, and the Lancers go down 7-0 to start the game. Right after that, it was the Mount Marty Lancers. They're trying to get down the field. Rugby Riken fumbled the ball, and it was taken back the other way. Scoop and score, and it makes it 14-0 after that. Next time out, the Lancers do go down the field. It was their first scoring drive of the game, and it was a good one. They were moving the ball well. They have a touchdown pass to Moshe Richmond for 36 yards. He had another 26-yard catch on that drive as well. He accounted for 60 yards through the air for the Lancers. Moshe Richmond did on that drive. It was great. Lancers are down 14-7 at that point. Things are starting to look up, but then the Lancers, they give up a long drive to Morningside. They go all the way down the field. They score, make it, I think it was 21-7 at that point. Lancers then fumble on the kick return. Morningside kicks off. Lancers fumble on the kick return, give it to them in the red zone. They cash in on that. A couple other scores for the teams late in the second quarters. They're battling back and forth, and then that late interception by the Lancers. 4 turnovers in the first half. Malachi Hartz had a good run. It was a run of about 60 yards and fumbled right at the end of it there. 64 yards, and he fumbled at the 10-yard line. Morningside then takes that 90 yards for a score. It's just Mount Marty's making mistakes, and Morningside is capitalizing. That has been the game. 4 turnovers, 3 fumbles, 1 interception, and Morningside is capitalized at every turn.
And while we got a moment here, why don't we run down the stats, our game stats today, brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got for us?
Yeah, take a look at these. In terms of total offense, Mount Marty actually has 250 yards on 30 plays. They're averaging 8 yards a play at the moment. They're moving the ball. Their offense has actually been really good today. They're just 4 turnovers, 3 fumbles, and an interception. But 250 yards of offense in the first half. 8 yards a play. Morningside is averaging 7.5 yards a play. They've run 42 plays for 311 yards. Only 60 more yards of offense in the first half, Morningside to Mount Marty. Only 60 yards. That is the spread. Running the football, Mount Marty, and the majority of it on the long run from Malachi Hartz that ended in a football, but they had 121 yards on the ground in the first half and 130 through the air. Very balanced attack. Rugby Reichenau was 10 of 19 throwing the football, 130 yards, 52% completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 1 interception at the end of the half there. Chevalier on the other end, 14 of 19, 268 yards, 3 touchdowns, 73% completion percentage. He's been great. Morningside running the football, they've struggled. 43 yards in the first half is all, and the majority of it came from Kozad on that 27-yard run. That's 27 of the 43 yards for Morningside. 8 rushing attempts for Birch. He only has 34 yards. That's 4 yards a carry. Does have 2 touchdowns on the ground. Hudson has 13 on 4 carries. Malachi Hart, 75 yards on the ground on 5 carries. Rugby Riken has 4 carries for 29 yards, 1 sack, and a touchdown in there. Kyle Hirsch, 2 carries for 17 yards. Mount Marty receiving, Moshe Richmond had early catches. He had 4 catches for 89 yards in the first quarter. He did not have a catch in the second quarter. Morningside double teaming him through the majority of that second quarter. They're taking him out of the ball game. Jackson Waholtz has 2 catches for 25 yards, and then these 4 Lancers each have 1 catch for just under 10 yards. Carbajal, Robinson, Hirsch, and Roland. On the other side for Morningside, Sellen has 103 yards through the air on 4 catches and a touchdown. Brown has 3 for 73 and a touchdown. Kraft 3 for 40 and a touchdown. Sizzler 3 for 34, and Hudson 1 for 18.
Yeah, just a well-oiled machine offensively for the Morningside Mustangs, but that, again, no surprise considering the legacy of this team. You mentioned the quarterbacks, Dolenchek, Tolsma before him, who won 2 national championships and started 4 years. And they had a bunch of quality quarterbacks. I mean, they know how to move the ball through the air, even in the snowy conditions here today. It really hasn't stopped this Morningside offense. When you think, oh, snow conditions, you got to go to the ground game. Well, Morningside's going to the pass game, and, that bad weather's really not slowing them down at all.
No, and it's definitely worked for him. The cold weather's not slowing down the pass game, and Chevalier has been great. He really has been great. But for the Lancers, throwing the football in the second quarter, few and far between. Rugby Riken in the first quarter, 8 of 11 throwing the football for 119 yards and a touchdown. Outside of that 1 fumble he had, he really did have a great first quarter. Second quarter, he only had 11 yards and was 2 of 7 throwing the football with an interception in there.
Yeah, time of possession plus 4 minutes in favor of Morningside, even though they've struck quickly a couple of times. They have 19 first downs in the first half, 12 for Mount Marty. Morningside's gone for it 3 times on 4th down. They've gotten it a couple of times. 4 of 7 third down efficiency for the Mustangs, 3 of 5 for Mount Marty. And that's why we stand 42-13 here at the intermission in favor of the homestanding Morningside Mustangs here on a snowy day. The lights have been on ever since I pulled up to the stadium. You don't see that too often, but we've seen it a couple times this year due to heavy cloud cover and fog. And today it's the snow falling in Sioux City here on the 8th day of November as we are playing the second to last game of the year. Of course, Mount Marty will close the season next week on the road in Fremont, Nebraska, against the Midland Warriors, and that game will also be a 1 o'clock start. We still got an entire half of football coming up here. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of the third quarter, and we've got an interview coming up here at halftime. Who are we talking to today?
Yeah, spoke with a member of the Mount Marty men's golf program in Wout Kirchhoffs. As the fall season is over, we kind of took a look at what off-season looks like for the golf team.
All right, and that halftime interview being brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. They are attorneys in Yankton. At the break, it's 42-13. It's Morningside on top of Mount Marty. Back with that interview after this timeout right here on KYNT.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family, whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one. Everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Parker of Yankton is powering progress, and you can be part of it. We're adding 2 new production lines and expanding our team with a product and a mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line techs, and assemblers for both shifts. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Join a company where innovation meets opportunity, right here in Yankton. Be part of something bigger. Apply now at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
All right, welcome into the halftime show from Parker Hannafin. This interview now from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. Wout Kirchhoff's Mount Marty golfer came to speak with us about this year's golf season, now concluded because it's cold outside. But this is that interview from Monday with Wout. First things first is it's now getting cold out. You can't really get out as much. How was this year's golf season, man? How'd it go for you?
I mean, it could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot better as well.
That's golf.
That's golf summed up in one sentence right there. No, there was a lot of good stuff, a lot of good rounds, but also ones that were just not good. Definitely like to improve on those bad rounds, get those down at least under the 70s, get them close to 75s, and just keep playing the good rounds and lowering the bad ones.
What is your best score, your best round?
This season?
Ever, man. Give it to me.
68 is the Tonka.
Wow. When did you hit that?
This season.
Okay, so yeah, your best ever was this year.
This season,
and
yeah.
Hopefully you continue to do that every year. You set your new best ever. That'd be nice.
That would be pretty nice, but that's not easy to do.
No. So 68, what was going on that day? Just feeling it?
Just everything went right. You know, when I hit good shots, they paid off. When I hit bad shots, I recovered good from them. Wedges all went in, like most of I think I shot 4 under on the back nine with 4 birdies in a row, if I remember correctly. Yeah, just every single wedge I had in my hand, it just went to 3 feet, made every putt. Yeah, then I'm making golf sound pretty easy right now, which is not.
You don't have to deal with the greens putting if you're able to get it 3 feet from the pin on the wedge, though. That's nice.
Because that's been a struggle for the entire team this year, is putting. So hitting it closer definitely helps with that statistic as well.
Now, how do golfers, I'm very casual golfer, so I think it's fun to just go hit a couple, and I think mini golf courses are amazing and hilarious. Does a golf team actually ever go to a mini golf course just for fun? Is that real?
We don't, but that's actually not a bad idea now that I think about it. That would actually be a pretty good thing to do.
Just a little bit of bonding, and you know what? Get a few strokes in there. Would you be the guy that you'd bring your own putter to the mini golf? Yes.
I'd be that competitive idiot, as
That's
people
awesome.
call it, that bring his own putter and his own golf balls as well.
So let's take a moment, talk about you and your future, because you are about to graduate. You are a senior. When is that graduation date? Is it this spring when you're going?
2026, May
Spring.
2nd or 3rd.
Okay,
Spring.
yeah, so you're approaching that, and you're from the Netherlands originally.
Correct.
So options for you, my guy, are all over the place, including where you want to live in terms of country-wise. Do you have a plan yet of what's coming next after college?
So I still have 1 year of eligibility left after this year. So there is a plan that I start a master's for 1 year, maybe finish that master's as well, and then be a graduate assistant the second year. Or I go back home and prepare for professional golf, because that's still the dream, to be a professional golfer. And go back home, my coach and my parents and a lot of people that are helping me there prepare for professional golf, and we'll see where that goes.
What are the courses like over in the Netherlands?
Depends on which course you play, really. But
I mean, that's everywhere, I suppose.
It's different, definitely. The most difference actually in greens, because in Europe we're not allowed to use as much chemicals, and it's quite strict on what you can use to maintain the golf course. So the greens are a little bit rougher at times. You gotta put some speed in those putts. Where here at times you can just tap it and it starts rolling pretty quickly.
Gotcha.
Which I prefer, but
yeah,
it's just I'm a bad putter. So
yeah, me too. I get that. So when it comes to future before graduating, the end of this year at Mount Marty, which you might still have another, obviously, I don't know if that's completely decided yet, going to grad school or going back home, as you said, but when it comes to what you want to get done before graduation as a student or anything else, what are your goals?
I'd like to win another tournament, especially GPAC championships. That would be a really, really big one that I'm definitely going to work towards. It's at Dakota Dune, so that should be fun. I've never played that before, but I've heard it's a great course. So it would be cool to be GPAC champion at the end of the year. That's definitely the goal, golf-wise.
That was Walt Kirkhoff's on Monday in the Lancer Locker on KYNT. That brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. If you want to listen to that whole thing, it's on KYNT YouTube. Search up the Lancer Locker from this Monday with Walt Kirkhoff. So this is Marty Lancer Football on KYNT. We'll take a break, come back, keep things rolling on your halftime show from Parker.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab leg, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers, and Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Back here for our final segment of the Parker Hannafin halftime show. It's 42-13, Morningside on top of Mount Marty. Let's check out the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton. We had one game that got an early start today, and it's about 3 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. No surprise, Northwestern way out in front of Doane, 51-13. The other games all kicked off at 1 o'clock, and they're about the same place we are.
Yeah. Concordia, they've got them by 2 scores at halftime in Sioux Center, 28-14. Midland over Dakota Wesleyan Heavy, 31-7. That one's just started the third quarter. And then Briar Cliff up over Waldorf, 21-0, just out of halftime.
Yeah, major college football. Indiana survives a scare on the road at Penn State, 27-24 the final score. Texas Tech, number 8 in the land, beats number 7 BYU, hands them their first loss at 29-7. And number 5 Georgia rallies, and they come from behind to beat Mississippi State 41-21. Games in progress. Number 1 Ohio State in the fourth quarter ahead of Purdue 27-3. The Citadel is playing number 6 Ole Miss, and well, it's going about as well as you can expect for the Citadel. Ole Miss up 42-0. And they're just underway, Syracuse and Miami, no score in that particular contest. Moving to action in the Big Ten, some other scores. Maryland and Rutgers near halftime, 10-7 Maryland on top. That's the only other game underway currently in the Big Ten. In the Big 12, Kansas and Arizona, no score, just underway. Iowa State, TCU, no score, that game just underway. And West Virginia beat Colorado today, 29-22. Colorado at 3-7 on the year. Things not going well for Coach Prime out there in Colorado.
Quick update out of the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Southern Illinois over Youngstown State, 24-14, 27 seconds left in the half. Illinois State over Indiana State, 52-20 in the fourth quarter. Murray State and Northern Iowa are tied at 14th out of halftime. And then North Dakota leads North Dakota State 7-6 at halftime. South Dakota State, South Dakota, the big one in this area, they're about to kick off at 3 o'clock.
Yep, and that is a little bit later start than normal over at the Dome today. All right, getting ready for the start of the second half. Here we go. Here's the kickoff, and it's going to be a fair catch by Carbajal. That'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Our second half of football is being brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. My name's Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner here. It's 42-13. Morningside on top of the Lancers, and the Lancers get the football. They'll drive left to right on your radio dial here, and the snow getting heavy again. Big snowflakes falling here at Olsen Stadium. Hart's in the backfield, shotgun set. He'll take the handoff. He'll run straight up the middle, plows through a guy, and he'll get about 4 yards when all is said and done. Brickhouse with the big hit to slow him down.
You talk about the snow. One thing we didn't see in the first half to the second half is it's sticking to the ground. It's sticking now, and it's starting to cover the field a little bit. You can see the color change from where it was in the first half to where it is now. It's quite a bit brighter down there, and you can see the footprints players are making on the ground. We got a true snow game.
Gain of 5 on that last play, 2nd and 5. And they'll go back to the run in Malachi Hartz, and he is met right away, 1 yard gain, and that is all. And that is Harriman, free safety, with the big hit. Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. 3rd down and 4 coming up for the Lancers. They're wearing the white uniforms today, the gold helmets and pants, navy blue numbers and letters. It's all maroon head to toe for Morningside with the white numbers and letters. Shotgun set. Hart stands to the right of his quarterback. Straight drop back. Pressure coming. Throw to the left side. Incomplete. Just a little too far in front of Waholz at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, but Waholz is upset. He knows he should have had it. It hit his hands. He was stretching out full extension for it, but he had it in the hands. You can credit that one to the cold weather and the snow. It just popped out.
And that will bring out the punting unit. Camden Vance will stand near his own 16-yard line. Dropping back is Drew Sellen. He's standing at his own 40-yard line for Morningside. Snap on target. Kick gets away. Good punt. And it is going to bounce. And, that hits Sellen, and he has to cover up quickly at the 30-yard line. And that was a wise play by Sellen. He was trying to let it go, but he got too close to it. It hit him, and then he reacted quickly.
Yeah, that oblong shape of the football, you never know which way it's going to bounce, so you just get away from it. He forgot to do that there. Bounces off his leg, and he just had to cover it.
All right, here comes the Morningside offense. 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Just underway, 13:32 left here in the third quarter. It is 42-13, Morningside on top. They operate right to left on your radio dial in quarter number 3. From the right hash mark, 1st and 10. Snow starting to cover the field, and they'll go to the run, and they'll run it to the left side. And I believe that was Birch with the ball. And, boy, we got contact downfield. And, a little extracurricular activity. And we got a player down. That's Bryson Mitchell back at the 26-yard line for Mount Marty. That was Birch on that last carry. He got 4 yards. And Bryson Mitchell slow to get up. And the team's heading over to their respective sidelines after the play.
Yeah, you know what Bryson Mitchell has meant to this front line for the Lancers. Coach Micheletti was the first one out there to check on him, trotting all the way across the field. But he is up and walking off the field under his own power now. That's a good sign. They were looking at his lower right leg.
And that's a good sign that he is walking off the field a little gingerly, but under his own power. It brings up 2nd down and 4 for the Mustangs. They'll operate out of the shotgun, send 2 receivers out to the right, 1 man out to the left. Birch stands to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Chevalier, play action, looks over the middle, throws, and it's Nelson catching it at the 40-yard line, pushed out of bounds. Should be enough real estate for a first down.
That it is. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. They'll move the chains and keep rolling downfield at the 41-yard line in own territory.
1st and 10, Mustangs. 3 men out to the right. Umpire holding up play momentarily.
What are we doing?
I think, I'm not sure what it was, and they had to reset something, but here we go.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a quick pass. Nelson out on the left side, catches it, tackled across midfield at the Lancer 48. That's 11-yard gain, first down. Actually, I'm going to say his knee's down at the 49, so it's a 10-yard gain. Still, they're moving the chain game.
Yep, still right on it. Now in Lancer territory, just across midfield.
1st and 10, Mustangs. 2 men out to the right, 1 man out to the left. Birchin at running back, they fake it to him. Straight drop back, looking downfield. Chevalier throws, incomplete at the 40-yard line. Intended for Kraft, too tall for him. Applying a hit out there was Damian Baldwin, backup linebacker. Brings up 2nd down and 10. Snow falling here. Big flakes coming straight down. Really no wind to speak of here in Sioux City today, which was interesting because a few days ago they said we were going to have strong winds today. That's not the case, but we do have snow. Handoff. Here's Birch up the middle, has a hole. He's to the 40, to the 35, the 30, tripped up a bit and tackled near the 20-yard line by Arthur Oliver. But that's a big gain on the play of 29 yards.
Yeah, great run there. One of the best of the day, I should say, for Morningside. They had 47 yards on the ground total coming into that play. That'll definitely help their averages.
Short pass caught by Nelson out of bounds on the left side. He's pushed out near the 12-yard line. It's a gain of 8. Derek Nelson, or Jacob Nelson rather, out of Donahue, Iowa. Weren't sure if we were going to see him today. Out of the shotgun, handoff. Birch up the middle, squeezes through the hole, just tripped up. He should have enough for a first down. He does. He's tackled inside the 10 at the 7-yard line. 1st and goal, Mustangs. They come right to the line of scrimmage. No huddle. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff. Birch up the middle, inside the 5, stumbles, tackled at the 3. Gained 4 on that last play. It's Morningside trying to punch it in.
Lancer's just trying to keep him out of the end zone. If they can keep him out of the end zone pretty much for the rest of the game, they got a chance here. But if Morningside just keeps pouring it on, they'll finish this early.
2nd and goal from the 3. Handoff, Birch up the middle, squeezes to the hole, dives. Does he make it? Yes, touchdown Morningside. On the great extra effort by Jalen Birch, and he gets his 3rd rushing touchdown of the day. And that makes it 48-13. And you hear the train whistle sound as the home team celebrates the touchdown. And here comes Tommy Fitzsimmons scraping away some snow. Starting to collect on the field here. Cash Parker is the holder. Backup quarterback for the right-footed kicker. And it's on the way. Line drive, good. 10:40 left, 3rd quarter. Mustangs 49, Lancers 13, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
Morningside moves the ball down the field methodically. They cash in on a run by Birch. And it's 49-13 Mustangs in front of the Lancers, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And that was an impressive drive by the Mustangs.
It was. They go down the field and they score. They did exactly what they need to do. Lancers now ready to get the ball back. And after this kick, I'll tell you the impact Moshe Richmond had on this game from first quarter to second quarter, now to third quarter here, Steve.
All right, here is the kickoff. High end over end. Fair catch called for. Coleman will collect it. That'll put the ball at the 25-yard line.
So here comes the Lancers offense, and I'll give you Rugby Riken stats. And in the first quarter, Moshe Richmond was one-on-one. He was able to cook. Rugby Riken goes 8 of 11 for 119 yards and a touchdown. Starting in that second quarter is when Moshe Richmond has been double-teamed almost every single play. Rugby Riken, since the start of the second quarter and since that change in the defense, 2 of 10, 11 yards and an interception. Like, that is the impact this young receiver has had. They start taking him away, and the Lancer passing attack has 2 of 10 for 11 yards and an interception in the last quarter and a half.
All right, shotgun set. Hirsch in at running back. Riken wants to throw on the run, dumps it off to Richmond at the 30-yard line. And he is going to be tackled at about the 34-yard line, gain of 9.
Well, hey, there's Moshe Richmond right there. And they were playing straight zone that time, and he was able to cut under. Lancers had 3 deep routes, kind of clearing everybody out. They find Moshe Richmond with that under route, about 5 yards. He takes it, and, oh, we're going backwards. Oh, there's a
penalty flag, holding on the offense.
Never mind.
And that will wipe out the catch by Moshe Richmond.
It's just been that kind of game for the Lancers. Anytime they've started to really get something positive rolling, going back to the first half, you know, they have a 64-yard run and they fumble at the 10-yard line. They have their first drive of the game. They're working down the field really well. Fumble. Interception right at the end of the half on a good drive as well. Like, inopportune penalties. It's just been that type of game.
Handoff, Hirsch to the left side. He's thrown out of bounds. Line of scrimmage was the 14. He made it to the 18-yard line. That last drive, by the way, was 9 plays, 70 yards, 252, time of possession. Very, very impressive drive by the Mustangs. 2nd and 16 coming up for Mount Marty. 9:40 left to go here in the third quarter. Out of the shotgun, play action, roll out to the right side, throw to the sideline. Almost intercepted at the 28-yard line. Intended for Carbajal, and that was the linebacker Landry Phipps who almost picked it off, diving out of bounds.
Yeah, he had his hands on his head as he got up. He knew he should have had that. He read it perfectly, undercut the route on the out route there, had 2 hands on it. And maybe if it was a little warmer, he'd have had that. That was very near another interception.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowing Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. 3rd and 17 for the Lancers from their own 18-yard line. Drop back, throw to the left sideline. Broadnax, and it's going to be picked off. He was the intended receiver, but Atupra picks it off at the 45-yard line. Atupru with an interception, the sophomore out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and another turnover for Mount Marty.
That'll be number 5. They almost turned it over on the last play before that we were just talking about. They throw the go route, deep ball down the left sideline that time. One-on-one, 50-50 ball, and the defender just able to come down with that. That'll be the 2nd interception for Riken, and then 3 fumbles as well for the Lancers. It's when you're on the road at the number 10 team in the nation, you can't have 5 turnovers.
No.
it's a tough game.
Alrighty, here we go. 1st and 10 for Morningside from the Lancer 45. They'll go to the run. Will the Mustangs? Birch picking his way through the line. He gets across the 40 to the 43. Gain of about 7. Birch now is 70 or 86 yards rather on the game. 2nd down and 3. 9 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter, and Morningside looking to add to their lead. Birch shifts to the outside, darts to the left, squirts ahead. He's across the 35 to the 34. Move the chains, 1st down for the Mustangs. They're going to come quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2 men split out to the left, and now the tight end, Kraft, the H-back, he'll slip over to the left side. Handoff, Birch up the middle, has a hole. Lost his footing, dives across the 30, and he'll get to the 27. Good gain on the play. Gain of about 7, 2nd and 3. Birch is going to check out. Here comes Juven Hudson in, the redshirt freshman out of Overland Park, Kansas. Mustangs mixing up the run and pass previously on their previous drive, but they're going almost exclusively on the ground here. 2nd down and 3. Kraft in motion. Play action. Chevalier throws over the middle, and it's going to be caught by Nelson inside the 10 at the 6-yard line.
That's a good catch. All hands. It was good coverage from Amir Conley. Had him right away. Safety help as well, but he just brought it in and held on to it despite the hit.
And Nelson got up slowly, and he's coming off the field, replaced by Sizzler at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, he was rode to the ground, hit right away, but it was good to hold on to it, 1st and goal.
From the 6-yard line, Hudson in at running back. He gets the handoff up the middle, picks his way, bounces to the left, hit down at the 1-yard line. That was Muhammad who shoved him down, but ball's near the 1-yard line. 2nd down and goal. 7 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. Morningside looking to add on to their lead. Hudson, the handoff to the left side into the end zone. Touchdown Mustangs. And they are now up 55-13. An impressive display by Morningside.
Yeah, this is now the most points the Lancers have given up in a game this season. Morningside's been playing great. Lancers have been turning it over, and they've cashed in on the turnovers.
Yep.
That one off the interception.
Yep, 45-yard drive. And here comes Fitzsimmons for the point after kick. Somebody got started early. The kick is on the way. It is good. And it will be 56-13, the score in favor of Morningside. There's offsides on the defense. The penalties decline. The point after will count. And with 6:55 left to go in the 3rd quarter, we'll step away for 30 seconds, come back with the kickoff. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Juven Hudson scores on a 1-yard touchdown run at the 6:55 mark. Here in the 3rd quarter, Morningside rolling past Mount Marty today, 56-13 is our score, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. And the Mustangs, again, just looking like a finely tuned machine here today as they'll get set to kick it off. High end over end kick, fair catch called for, and the ball will be put down to 25.
Lancers march their offense back on out there. Then They've struggled here in the last quarter and a half. 6:55 to go here in this third quarter. And once again, since the end of the first quarter, the Lancers have 11 passing yards. Rugby Riken through the air is 2 for 12 and 2 interceptions. The passing attack has died down for the Lancers as the snow is kind of picked up here today, and Morningside just defensively, their secondary has been great in the last quarter and a half.
And remember, that secondary is very young. No seniors. That last scoring drive, by the way, 6 plays, 45 yards, 2:28 time of possession. Hudson, the 1-yard touchdown run. All right. From the 30-yard line, it'll be first down and 10. We had a penalty on that last play against Morningside. So they'll go to the run, will the Lancers, and it'll be a handoff. Malachi Hartz tries the left side, 2 yards. That is all. Second down coming up for Mount Marty. Malachi Hartz, he has a good second half, could get over the century mark. He's got 83 yards so far.
All those from 64 of those from that one big long run too.
Second down and 8. One man out either side. Riken drops back out of the shotgun, fakes it, throws down the left sideline. It's short, bounces up, incomplete at the 35-yard line. Carbajal and Batupra tied up.
Waholtz Waholtz, the intended receiver there. He went down and instantly called to the sideline. He motioned over for a trainer. He then got off the field. He was already at the sideline for the Lancers on that go route. Just trots off field and now gonna get a little bit of work done, I guess.
Big snowflakes falling now.
Wow, it is coming down here. It's been coming down all game.
Lights have been on the entire time. Third down and 8. Riken out of the shotgun. Blitz coming. Throws. Caught at the 40-yard line. That'll be a first down. Hit hard there was the receiver who caught the ball. Richmond. Move the chains. First down, Lancers. We're at the 41-yard line. Gain of 9 on that last play. 5:45 and counting. Third quarter. Morningside in control at 56-13. Lancers trying to make something positive happen here in the second half. Hart's in at running back. He'll take the handoff. Runs to his right. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. No gain.
Wow, the snow. This is now, I think, the hardest we've seen it coming down. And it's slightly breezy a little bit, going a little bit right to left. You can see the snow falling, going into the face of the Lancers as they're working left to right here.
Yeah, this is an east-west field, so the wind coming out of the west very slightly, not very much.
No, just a little bit of a breeze, but you could see it in the snow moving left.
Second down and 10. Play action. Riken throws to the left sideline into double coverage, intercepted. At the 30-yard line, let's see who picks that one off. Atupru again with the interception. There was triple coverage on that play.
Yeah, that was, you're late in the game. The score is what it is. You're trying to make plays, throwing downfield, but, throwing to triple coverage, and that'll get taken away.
That's the third interception of the day.
Wow. Tupra's had a great game.
Yes, he has, and boy, he might be angling for Defensive Player of the Week in the Great Plains Athletic Conference with the performance he's had here today.
Yeah, you would assume.
All right, first and 10, Mustangs. Their starter's still out on the field with 4:50 left to go here in quarter number 3. It'll be a handoff, and that's Kozad up the middle. He'll get across the 30. Line of scrimmage was the 29. He gets to the 36, gain of 7. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. You can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or at lewisandclarkford.com. Second down and 3. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Handoff up the middle. Kozad runs into a white wall. A couple players, but he manages to drive him to the 40-yard line. That's a gain of 4, first down Morningside.
This snowstorm really came up out of nowhere, too. The original forecast yesterday morning, when I had gotten into work at around 6, was saying no snow last night, and then we got snow all last night, a bunch of snow this morning. It wasn't supposed to really be until tonight when all of this hit, and oh my gosh, we've been a lot of snow.
Yeah, a few days ago we were supposed to have 40-mile-an-hour winds today.
Yeah.
That's not the case, thank goodness. It is a handoff. Kozad tries the right side, just plows into the defense, and he gets across the 45 to the 48. That's 7 hard yards gained on that play by Ty Kozad. He's the redshirt freshman out of Muscatine, Iowa. And he is that third running back slot with the injury to Max Huff. And he's done a pretty good job here today. And these are this is the part of the game when they're going to rely on him running the ball.
Yeah, and Kozad was one we talked about in the pregame. We kind of said that he needed to fill that role well with Huff out. He needed to have a good game, and he has 57 yards on the ground before that run.
He'll take it, run to the left side, gets out of trouble across midfield, fights through tackles. He's at the 45 to the 40, down at the 37-yard line. That's a gain of 14 yards. First down, Mustangs. 2:35 left to go in the third.
Waiting for the online stats to update here, but he's got to be approaching the century mark. Birch has 97 yards. Might hit that as well.
First down and 10. Mustangs at the 37-yard line of the Lancers. Snow starting to accumulate on the field, but now the snow is lightening up just a little bit. Handoff, check that Hudson into the game, and he'll get across the 35. They'll give him forward progress to the 33, gain of 4. And if you're Morningside, this is a team that likes to go up-tempo offense, but in this situation, it's kind of tough sometimes to tell a team like that, hey, slow it down.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those, 2 minutes to go in the third, 56-13. Probably the final drive for the starters as well. You got to assume they're probably going to finish the drive, and then they're probably done for the day. So they're trying to finish on good note, running the football efficiently.
2 receivers to the right, but it's a handoff. Hudson up the middle, picks his way into the line. He'll get 2 yards, and that's all to the 31-yard line. Brings up third down and 4. Marty Football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Kozad checked out. Now he's back in.
Hudson, that redshirt freshman out of Watertown, comes on now.
All righty, they'll split 1 man out to the left, 1 man out to the right. Tight end is on the right side of the line of scrimmage. Pistol formation. Handoff, Kozad up the middle. He'll have the first down, breaks through. He's at the 20 and down to the 17-yard line. Tough running by Ty Kozad.
Yeah, he's had a heck of a drive here. Just play after play, getting positive yardage, getting downfield. And now inside the 20, red zone possession for the Mustangs.
And
they do not have to snap it.
Yeah, and they're heading for the sideline. The third period of play is in the books. Morningside, 56. Mount Marty, 13. We'll take a 1-minute timeout, come back with the fourth quarter. He's Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
Taylor is living the Runza dream.
The Fry Life is the high life.
He's stacking up rewards on the Runza mobile app.
Points on points on points on points.
That's a lot of free food from Runza.
Yep, I'm headed there for lunch today.
Download the Runza mobile app to start getting rewards. Because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season.
Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
We're ready to start the fourth quarter of play. It's been all home team today. Morningside in front of Mount Marty, 56-13, along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here. And the starters remain on the field for the Mustangs as they are in the red zone. First down and 10 from the Lancer 17-yard line. They drive left to right. Now on your radio dial, pistol formation, handoff, Kozad to the outside, to the right side, turns the corner. He's at the 10, shoved out of bounds near the 5-yard line, and Amir Conley went flying. I think a penalty flag got thrown?
Yeah, penalty flag on Kozad here at the end of this one. He hit Conley on the way out of bounds, and I don't think the hit was enough for a penalty, so I'm wondering if something might have been said afterwards as he was kind of getting into Conley a little bit.
We'll get the explanation here. Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct on Morningside.
Yeah, so it wasn't the hit. It was
what happened out of bounds.
What happened out of bounds. He kind of got into Conley a little bit and clearly said something at the end of that.
But I tell you what, he delivered a punishing Walter Payton-like blow to him. And I know I'm dating myself there, but Walter Payton was one of those guys. He would initiate contact. He wasn't a big guy, only 195 pounds, but guys who played against him, Hall of Famers, said he felt like he got hit by a 230-pound Mack truck. Sweetness, number 34 for the Chicago Bears. And he sent a lot of defensive backs flying during his Hall of Fame career. 14:40 and counting left here in the fourth quarter. It is going to be 1st and 10 back at the 20-yard line, so they'll go give the ball to Kozad. Fights through the line. He's at the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Morningside.
Kozad is over 100 yards on the ground after that carry, before that carry, I believe, and that will be his first touchdown of the game. Morningside now 62 points against the Lancers. We are just underway in the fourth quarter.
And you think about it. Birch, a junior. Hudson, redshirt freshman. Kozad, redshirt freshman. Huff, who's out injured, he's a junior. This entire backfield potentially coming back next year for Morningside. Of course, Chevalier, the quarterback, he is a senior. But Sellen, junior. Lennox, junior. Wow.
Yep. Most of their wide receivers, their tight end, the majority of their offensive line, all coming back next year. They got to find a new quarterback next year, obviously, but this team, good this year, they're going to be good next year.
Point after kick is good. Mustangs 63, Lancers 13. We'll step away for 30 seconds, come back with the kickoff. This is Lancer football on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Move with Mason.
The last scoring drive for Morningside, 9 plays, 71 yards, 5:23 time of possession. Ty Kozad from 20 yards out runs it in. Makes it 63-13 in favor of Morningside. Doing the kicking duties is Aiden Aubane. He's out of Colorado Springs. Into the air, and the fair catch called for, and that means Mount Marty will have it 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Landera. You may have known us as Dakota Mac. Today we are Landera. The same great service and more banking options to help you and your operation thrive. Learn more at landeraag.com. Well, for the Lancers here, you just want to find something that works.
Yeah.
Find some sort of rhythm on offense.
At this point, yeah, you're just trying to not end this game on a bad note. You want to get something rolling here in the fourth quarter to carry into next week.
Pistol formation, and it's a handoff. Hirsch up the middle, puts his head down. He'll get 3 yards, and that is all.
Lancers got one more game on the schedule. They got to kind of bounce back from this and go play at Midland next week, trip down to Fremont. So you want this fourth quarter to be positive. You want to have something good at the end of this one.
Second down, out of the shotgun, a throw, catch, Carbajal out of bounds at the 36. Move the chains, first down, Lancers.
That was a good throw there. We've talked about the struggles for the air game. Rugby Riken before that throw, 3 of 14 with 3 interceptions, no touchdowns in the last 2 quarters. That was the full second and third quarter. A good throw there, and that's what you want to see, a couple of good, accurate throws in this fourth.
Pistol formation, Hirsch gets the handoff, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that is all. Marty Football brought to you in part today by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. Second down and 10. 2 receivers out either side. Pistol formation, play action. They fake the screen, throw down the right sideline into traffic. Incomplete, intended for Richmond. And on the coverage was Cade Harriman.
Yeah, well behind on the go route there. Richmond had to kind of stop and try and grab it one hand as he's falling out of bounds, but third down.
3rd and 10, Lancers with 13-11 left to go in the contest. 2 receivers either side. Hirsch in the backfield to the left of his quarterback. Now switches over to the right side. Clears out. Riken drops back, throws over the middle, incomplete, well over the head of Carbajal at midfield. Must have been a miscommunication there because that pass was about 8 to 10 yards farther downfield. Punting unit coming out for the Lancers.
Yeah, the passing attack just hasn't been there since the end of the first quarter. There'll certainly be some things on film this week that they'll have to take a look at before going to Midland.
James Brinsley is the long snapper. Camden Vance, the punter, standing at his own 21-yard line. Kick it away. Snap on target. Pressure coming. He gets it away. And he was knocked down. No penalty flag. The ball hits around the 30-yard line. Rolls, and it will be covered up at the 26-yard line. And that's where the Mustangs will trot out the offense, 1st and 10. Yep. Marty Football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area, all beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Yeah, Lancers wanted a penalty on that punt as Vance hit the deck.
That was what I was just about to say. Vance and a couple other Lancers were kind of talking with the official at the end of that, like, hey, we kind of want that, but didn't get it.
Colin Gordon now the quarterback.
Yep.
Redshirt freshman out of Grundy Center, Iowa.
So as we expected, that last drive was the end of the starters for Morningside. They'll get a look at their 2s.
Kozad with the carry, bottled up at the line of scrimmage, and maybe a 1-yard gain, and that is all. So Gordon on the year, 9 of 13 passing, a touchdown, an interception, 126 yards. 12:35 and counting. Here in the fourth quarter, Morningside up comfortably at 63-13. We have Kellen Jacobson at a wide receiver, Isaac Connor at a wide receiver, Kyle Sisler also as a receiver. The normal reserves. 2nd down and 9. And
false start.
Penalty flags down.
False start going to be on Kyle Sisler, one of those backup receivers, just jumped to second early.
And they'll march him back 5. It'll make it 2nd down and 15. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party location of KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. Play action, throw out to the left side. It is going to be intercepted. Oliver down the right sideline, and he's going to be pulled out of bounds inside the 10-yard line.
It was a great play from the Lancers. Arthur Oliver able to force that interception, just jump the route. Exactly what you want to see, just able to get a hold of it.
That is his 4th interception of the year. And for the quarterback for Morningside, Gordon, that is his 2nd interception he's thrown. So now the Lancers will have the football, and we got a penalty called against Morningside. So I think it was an unsportsmanlike conduct after the play. So move the ball all the way to the 3-yard line.
Yeah.
1st and goal, Lancers.
Either unsportsmanlike or maybe unnecessary roughness, late hit. Oliver was thrown down late after he went out of bounds. So give him extra yards here, see if they can cash in. But that's the first turnover of the game by Morningside.
Well, Lancers in business. They got Hartz in the backfield. 1st and goal at the 3. Riken keeps it himself, and he is swarmed under at the 1-yard line as he ran it to the right side on the quarterback keeper.
Yeah, tried doing that designed run again. They scored off it once earlier in this game. Riken had that touchdown run. Didn't cash in there, but down to the 1.
2nd and goal at the 1, 11:44. Clock has they stopped it momentarily. Now they started up again. Hartz in at running back. See if they give the ball to him. 2nd and goal at the 1. Oh, they're going to go Wildcat, but he fumbled the snap and they cover it up. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's the danger of Wildcat. He has somebody in there that's not used to taking snaps and fumble it out of the shotgun, so that'll back them up down
to the
5-yard line.
They lost 4 yards on that play. 3rd and goal from the 5. Now Riken in the shotgun sends Carbajal in motion to the left side. They'll drop back to pass. Looking, rolls to his right, throws, and it's going to be almost intercepted at the goal line. Hart's the intended receiver, and one of the linebackers almost got an interception there.
That looks like either Evan Kruger or Garrett Vavra.
I think it was Spencer Irwin, the sophomore linebacker. So now it's 4th and goal from the 5. See if the Lancers can get it in the end zone. They had it at the 1, but then fumbled a snap. Sent them back. Technically a ball at the 4-yard line. Riken out of the shotgun. Has time. Rolls out to his left. Looks to throw, and he is going to stay on his feet. Throw it in the end zone. Incomplete. He was spinning around, but we've got a player down and a helmet off for one of the Lancer players back at the 8-yard line.
So the Lancer player had his helmet ripped off and went to the ground, and he's getting looked at. The penalty was thrown right at that, right after his helmet was ripped off, and that, I believe that was Nick Bunkers. It was. That's Nick Bunkers, their center, who's going to have to come off here. Penalty. Lancers, they had an open receiver going right across the middle of the field, right on the goal line, but because of the pressure, Riken wasn't able to see it, had to roll out, try to escape there. Incompletion, but a penalty should give them a couple extra yards here.
Yep, that will keep the drive alive. Automatic 1st down.
And I think with the penalty, Nick Bunker should still be able to come out, even though losing his football, or his helmet, should still be able to come out here for 1st down.
Yeah, because there was a penalty, the clock stops.
Yep.
So that gives the opportunity for the player in question to come back without a timeout being called. Sportsmanlike conduct against Morningside. 1st and goal. Under center is Riken. Handoff. Hart slammed in the backfield, thrown for a 3-yard loss back to the 5. Well, that play didn't fool anybody.
Yeah, back to the 5 we go as well. Lancers were just here. They got 3 more downs to go. 2nd down.
2nd and goal. Marty Football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect rock to road. 2nd and goal from the 5. Carbajal in motion over to the left side. Hart's in the backfield, takes the direct snap, runs to his right, trying to outrun the defense. He can't. He's thrown for a 1-yard loss. Check that, a 2-yard loss. Boy, nothing the Lancers doing in the last several plays has worked. And they're inside the 10-yard line. Seems like they've been down here a lot, and they just keep going the wrong direction. Hart's out. Hirsch in at running back. 9:35 and counting. Lancers trying to make something positive after the interception. 10 on the play clock, and I think they're going to call a timeout, and they will. Timeout number 1 spent by the Lancers. 9:21 left to go, fourth quarter. Mustangs up 63-13. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll step away for 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
From the first wails of surprise to first day of school questions, playground adventures, learning to drive stress, and graduation cheers, they'll always be your little sunshine. At Avera Children's, we get kids, teens, and parents too. We'll step you through first checkups, milestones, sickness, and specialized care when your child needs it, and treat them like our own every step of the way. Learn more at avera.org/children's.
$9:21 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Mustangs in control, 63-13, along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. It is third down and goal for the Lancers from the 7-yard line. 3 receivers split out to the left. Hirsch in the backfield. Now Roland comes in motion. Lines up at an H-back. Reichen rolls out, throws, pass, batted down, incomplete. But they're going to, all right, finally the whistle blows. It was picked up by Morningside, and running downfield was one of the backup linebackers, Austin Jensen. For a moment, they thought it was a live football, but that was clearly an incomplete pass.
This is a forward pass batted down at the line. Like, that's not live. Now, if they would have hit Reichen as he was throwing, like hit it out of his arm as he was going forward, that would have been that. But that was a pass.
Yeah, and the thing is, the whistles didn't blow, so you can't play Morningside. Keep playing. So that's nothing on their part, as the whistle should have blown quicker. Okay, here we go. 4th and goal from the 7 for Mount Marty. Pistol formation, 1 man out either side. Here comes Carbajal in motion from right to left. Play action. Reichen looking to the end zone, being pursued. Stands, throws to the back corner of the end zone, in traffic, intercepted, no, incomplete. It was in the hands of one of the defensive backs, Leighton Cook, and it's dropped, but it doesn't matter. And the Lancers had it 1st and goal twice and come away with no points. And that's kind of the tale of the afternoon.
Yeah, this is a tough game. It's a tough game for the Lancers. It's definitely one that is a tough one to have at the end of the season, too. You got one more game left, and I'm really glad this isn't the final game of the year. You don't want to end on a note like this, but they still have one more game going down, take on the Midland Warriors next week, who are playing very good football right now, and see if you could end the season on a win next week, but tough day. Yeah,
here's Gordon at quarterback, and he'll hand off. Kozad running to the right side, runs into Pierce. This line of scrimmage was the 7-yard line, bounces it out to the 12. That's a gain of 5. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC.
Steve, I don't know anymore. Maybe I don't like snow games. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I don't like snow games.
I don't think it's necessarily the weather. It's just that Morningside is a very, very good football team, and they've got a lot on the line, and they're playing, with a purpose.
Yeah.
2nd down and about 5. Handoff, Kozad up the middle, has a hole, breaks into the secondary. He's across the 20, to the 30, to the 40, to midfield, being chased. He's at the 30, the 20, the 15, pushed out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Ty Kozad making a case. Coach, I want more playing time.
That's how you earn it. Do things like that. It was
That was
Good
impressive.
Hole. Lancers, the hole open. Lancers did not plug it, and it's just all speed from there. Effort is dwindling at the end of the game here.
1st and goal from the 8-yard line for the Mustangs. 80 yards on that run officially for Kozad, his longest of the season. He'll check out of the game. And here's a run to the right side and getting down to the 1-yard line. Not sure who that running back is. He's wearing number 30, and guess what? I do not have a number 30 on my program.
I thought it was 31, Logan Sikora, the freshman running back out of Gretna.
Okay, we'll go with that.
I thought so.
It was clearly number 30, and we don't have a
okay.
30 in our program guide. Wasn't listed in the 2 deep, but we'll go with that.
Well, I've got a number 30 that is a kicker in Dylan Carnes.
Handoff, Kozad hit behind the line. He'll lose a yard on the play. Our apologies to the young man who carried it last.
Yeah,
but
they're
they
saying
didn't
it's
tell.
Dylan Carnes on the live stats.
Okay, so we'll go with that. Dylan Carnes.
Listed as a kicker, but getting work.
All righty, Kozad's back in there. 3rd and goal from the 3. Out of the shotgun, 2 men split out to the left side. Handoff, Kozad up the middle, tries to power his way into the end zone. Did he make it? No, he stopped at the 1. So 4th and goal from the 1-yard line, and let's see if they'll send out the field goal unit or try to go for it here with 6:10 left to go in the contest. They're going to go for it. 4th and goal from the 1. Got to figure Kozad's going to carry the ball. He has 211 yards. And it is going to be a handoff. And did he make it? No signal yet.
Lancers are saying he's short.
And he didn't make it. So a big stand by the Lancer defense on 4th and goal at the 1-yard line. We got a player down.
I think that's Kozad.
For Morningside. And I believe that is Kozad who carried the ball, and now the officials are stopping play here.
Yeah,
and you don't want to see that.
No.
Young man has played so hard. Okay, he's back up on his feet and he's walking off the field. Let's hope he's okay. Under his own power. May have just been shaken up momentarily. Kozad's played very well, the redshirt freshman. We have him in the stat book at 211 yards on 17 carries, including that 80-yarder. But hats off to the Lancer defense for making a stand there in that 4th and 1. That's the good news. Bad news, they're 1st and goal at their own 1-yard line in the shadow of their own goalpost. 5:44 left here in quarter number 4. It's been all Mustangs today. 63-13 is our score. And Rugby Ryken's going to operate out of his own end zone into the shotgun. Wants to throw. Looking for the long ball down the right side into coverage. Tapped away, incomplete at the 30-yard line. Looks like he was intending to throw that one to, I believe that was Zone Robinson. It was tapped away, incomplete. No, check that. Carbajal was the intended receiver. 2nd down and 10. Lancers line up in the shotgun set. Hirsch in the backfield, 2 receivers either side. Ryken wants to throw over the middle, short pass caught. Hirsch, he's at the 15 and dives to the 17-yard line. That's a gain of 16. Move the chains. 1st down, Mount Marty.
Something to keep an eye on here. Moshe Richmond has 98 yards on the ground on 5 catches and a touchdown. He's 2 yards away. 1 more catch, basically, of crossing the century mark once again.
Lancers line up in the pistol formation, coming up on 5 minutes left to go in the contest. They send Roland in motion from left to right. Lines up as a tight end. Ryken wants to throw, rolls out to the right, throws a long ball down the middle of the field into coverage. Caught! Richmond at the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. He's going to go into the end zone. Touchdown, but a penalty flag back down at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Riken took a shot on that one. I wonder if it's going to be roughing the passer is the penalty. Moshe Richmond, by the way, there should have been a holding call. He was grabbed and held away from the football. He fought it off, was still able to bring it in and take it all the way down for the score. If this stands,
it is going to count because they're walking down the other end of the field.
So this is
84 yards to Moshe Richmond, and Rugby Riken took a big shot afterwards. Penalty flag will be picked up. Riken slowly walking down the field. Yep, roughing the passer, the call. It is, and it's going to be assessed on the kickoff. The touchdown counts.
Got to assume that's probably it for Rugby's day as well. He is walking slowly down the field, and he's now talking with the head coach and John Micheletti about that one. His day's probably finished, but that's a great way to end it. You know, we just talked about it. You want something positive to end on, and Moshe Richmond with a 84-yard touchdown catch there now makes him over 180 yards and 2 touchdowns for the second straight game.
Well, that's a way to get over the century mark.
Yeah.
Vance, point after kick. It is up. It is good. 4:48 left to go in regulation. Mustangs 63, Lancers 20. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
That last scoring drive, 99 yards on 3 plays, 56 seconds. Riken to Richmond, 84 yards. So put that one in the record books. That is the longest touchdown drive in Mount Marty history. Well, it has to be. It's 99 yards.
That has to be, yeah. And it's an 84-yard touchdown catch and run for Moshe Richmond, too. And that was a great one. As I talked about when he caught it, he was held on that play. There was a DB that had a hold of him, was pulling him back away from the ball. He fought that up, was able to make the catch, and then just all speed to the end zone. He was hit again late at about the 5-yard line. Somebody trying to punch the ball out, holds onto it, stays on his feet, and gets in the end zone. We've talked about him all game for a reason. He is special. His second straight 180-yard, 2-touchdown game.
Onside kick collected by Morningside at the 41-yard line. Nice special teams play there by Tatum Wilkin, backup defensive back out of Akron. Didn't take the high bounce, and a smart play by Wilkin just to cover it up for Morningside. 4:47 left to go. It's been snowing all game long here in Sioux City at Olsen Stadium. And now it's going to be Cash Parker, the junior out of Blue Springs, Missouri. He is the quarterback, and he'll operate out of the shotgun sets. We got a lot of reserves in here for Morningside on offense. And they'll hand off, running play up the middle. And again, that is the mystery player that we're not sure of. Again, listed as number 30 in the program guide, but I believe we had a...
Yeah, the online roster shows number 30 is Dylan Carnes, and that's who they're crediting these carries to in the online stats. I guess the only reason we're confused is he's listed as a kicker. But, you know, freshman, maybe they're trying him out in different roles just to see what he's got late in a game like this, just to, you know, see if he can run a football.
All right, so that's what we'll go with. Dylan Carnes wasn't listed on our 2-deep roster either, so
yeah,
he got the carry and 3 yards on that play. Second down, handoff. Carnes tries to bounce it to the left side. He's upended after he gained about 4. Makes it to the 49-yard line. Brings up third down and short for Morningside, and no doubt they'll just want to run the football here, take their time, get some reps in for some of the backup players in the contest. Nick Colvert in there as a wide receiver. And they're just letting that play clock wind down. 8 on the play clock. Now they'll set down. 2 receivers to the left. Hand off. Carnes up the middle has the first down across midfield. He needed 2. He got 3 yards. First down, Mustangs. Coming up on the 3-minute mark here in this game.
One more play will take us to the 2-minute timeout.
Yep, the Mustangs appear to be in no hurry, and why should they be? Dallas Clunder in at tight end. Again, he played quarterback last year for him, moved over to tight end this year. As coming up on the 2:40 mark, 10 on the play clock. Shotgun set, 2 receivers out to the left. Parker claps his hands, wants the ball. Carnes up the middle, picking his way through traffic. He made it to the line of scrimmage and stopped right there. No gain on the play. And the Mustangs do not have to run another play. In fact, they're going to actually head over to the sideline here, and we'll be hitting the 2-minute timeout momentarily. It's 63-30 or 63-20. Mustangs on top. The Lancers will step away for 1 minute. Be back with more Lancer football. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. You're listening to KYNT.
Parker of Yankton is growing and investing in our community with 2 new production lines. We're hiring for a product and mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers on first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Be part of a company that believes in quality, teamwork, and building something that lasts right here at home. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Morningside with the football. 2nd and 10. They fumble the snap, but they hand it off, and Carnes up the middle manages to somehow turn disaster into an 8-yard gain. Nice recovery there by Cash Parker as he fumbled the shotgun snap, but somehow Carnes ended up with the football, rushed ahead for 8 yards. Morningside just trying to run out the clock here, taking time. 3rd down and 3 coming up.
Yeah, they do need the first down to end the game, if they can get it.
We'll be going to the Aztec postgame show as soon as this is over. We'll recap scoring, we'll have stats, we'll give you update on scores from around the GPAC and around the nation. Handoff. Oh, they bump into each other. Carnes running to the right side, and I think he got just enough real estate to move the chains. He did. First down with 1:08 left to go. The chain gang will reset momentarily, and we expect that the Mustangs will probably just take a knee here. All they got to do is pretty much do it one time.
Victory formation should be one snap, and that'll do it for this one.
An impressive day for the Morningside Mustangs here on a snowy field. Well, the snow didn't slow them down at all, but that's kind of to be expected. This team has had a couple of hiccups during the year, but look to be in playoff mode. 40 seconds left. They'll snap the football, and it is a busted play, and Parker's just going to run to his right and dive down, and that's going to be enough as DJ Brown went over just to touch him to make sure that he was down.
That should do it for the game, though. They do not have to snap again.
Nope. And the teams are lining up at the middle of the field as the final seconds will tick away. Our final score, it's all Morningside today, 63-20. Mustangs with the win. They are 8-2 on the season. Mount Marty falls to 4-6. We'll take a 1-minute timeout. We'll come back And we'll begin the post-game show. It's being brought to you today by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Final score, Mustangs 63, Lancers 20. Back in 60 seconds right here on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
It was a snowy day here in Sioux City today, and the Morningside Mustangs playing host to only their 4th home game of the year, but they were, well, a well-oiled machine today. Mustangs win over Mount Marty 63-20, our final score. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. This is the Aztec post-game show, and we'll start things off with the Runza Rundown. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food so fast you can get going. They have Runza's, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, and dessert. Whole lot of fun there at Runza. And Tehl, the first play of the game kind of was the signal for the entire afternoon.
Yeah, it was. The first play of the game, 56-yard touchdown. It was Zach Chevalier to Lennox Brown, and that was after a great kick return as well. The opening kick return was taken out to the 44-yard line of Morningside territory. Then a 56-yard touchdown pass to Lennox Brown. Started off 7-0. Then the Lancers starting to put together a good drive. They work their way down the field. They're about at the opposing 30. Fumble. Riken fumble the ball, comes out of the arms as he's trying to make a play, and scoop and score touchdown, 14-0 early.
Yeah, Jack Brickhouse, the linebacker, I mean, it literally bounced right up into his arms, and he just rumbled down the field untouched. 65 yards for a touchdown. Really, in the first few minutes of the game, it was 14-0 Mustangs, and they just kind of poured it on from there. And throughout the afternoon, really, it was Mount Marty did drive the football at times, but the turnovers, Tehl, that just killed them today.
Yeah, I think they ended up with 5-4 in the first half. It was a tough game. You know, they lost 3 fumbles and then had 3 interceptions as well. 2 of those interceptions, you know, coming in the second half. The score already kind of out of hand at that point, but it was 4 first half turnovers, 3 fumbles. Ball security was the issue today.
Yeah, one of those fumbles happened on a kickoff return. It gave a short field to the Mustangs. And then the one that was the real heartbreaker was Malachi Hartz had that big 64-yard run downfield and fumbled at the 10-yard line. Lancers were going to have it 1st and goal to go. But, it just, again, not hanging on to the football. And you can maybe understand it. It's a cold day. It's a wet snow here today in Sioux City, but they just couldn't hang on to the football time and again. And Rugby Riken had, threw a few balls up into the air that were picked off. Great defensive plays by the Morningside Mustangs. They have a young secondary, no seniors at all, but boy, they sure played like seniors out there today. And the Mustangs defensively look pretty good. I will say this about the Lancers. They did get to the quarterback a few times today.
Yes, they did. They had 5 sacks on Chevalier. They were able to get in the backfield a couple of times. They had 2 sacks from Arthur Oliver, sending that free safety on a blitz. DJ Brown had 1. Kayvan Rogers had 1. Bryson Mitchell had 1. Those were the 5 sacks there. Another hit for DJ Brown as well. They were able to get in the backfield and generate some pressure.
But those big plays and those receivers, Brown and Sellen, making plays time and again down the field, and also Griffin Kraft as well making some plays. And the Mustangs were able to move the ball with their running game effectively enough, setting up the passing game, and then late in the game, it was just the Mustangs going to the ground game and just, kind of just salting this one away.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was second half, just salted away, finish off the ball game with a win. And now Morningside 1 win away from taking the GPAC once again. Undefeated Dort is going to be coming to town next week. We can give final scores on that Dort game earlier.
Yeah.
They were up 2 possessions at halftime over Concordia. If they win, they stay undefeated, and it will be a matchup between Dort and Morningside for the GPAC championship next season if that score stood.
Well, I'll give an update here on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard here. There's about 3.5 minutes left to go, and it's Dort on top, 56-20. So it looks like Dort, they're looking like a well-oiled machine as well, and that's going to set up again. It's going to be for all the marbles here next week, 1 o'clock. Morningside will play host to Dort, and that's going to be a big thing. Is Dort just trying to finish up that game there on the road, or at home rather. They're playing at home against Concordia today. And while we got a moment, we're waiting for Coach Micheletti to make his way up here. Let's check some of the other scores from the GPAC on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway. Final score, Northwestern over Doane today, 51-20. That is a final score there. They had an earlier game today, or that was the early game today. It was Northwestern and Doane. Final score, Midland rolls by Dakota Wesleyan 45-7. That is a final. And about 2 minutes left to go over in Forest City, Iowa. Briar Cliff on top of Waldorf, 28-6. Looks like the Chargers are going to prevail in that particular contest. So it is all looking like that big showdown next week here in Sioux City. It'll be Dort against Morningside. And now we're going to take a few moments here and have a conversation with John Micheletti, the head coach. This post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach, a tough one today, and it happened right away on the very first play of the game. What do you see from the sideline on that first long touchdown pass?
Yeah, we got the visor off my safety real quick because he realized he lost track. But no, they're in good position. Those receivers do a great job making play when the ball's in the air. As obviously Chevalier's got great trust with those guys, and to be able to go make a play, they're good players, and they made them.
Yep. And you had a good drive going in that first drive, but Rugby Riken was being sacked, and the football came out, and it just took an unfortunate bounce right into Jack Brickhouse's, right into his breadbasket, and then he was just off to the races.
Yeah, that's just one of those unfortunate things that happen in the game of football. It's a good test for our guys to say, are they going to stick with it and keep fighting to the end, which they did, and that was what I was really proud of, even getting some of those subs in there at the end, getting out there excited instead of complaining that it's cold or something like that. They were out there, hey, this is my opportunity to go show and make plays.
Yeah, talk about those late plays, especially Moshe Richmond, Rugby Riken, that long 84-yard touchdown at the end of the game, and now Moshe with that play, his second straight game of 180 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was one of those where it probably should have been PI2, but that guy wearing black and white liked to keep that flag in the pocket a little bit there, but looks like we got the last laugh on that one, and I'd like to see Moshe making those big-time plays and Rugby taking a hell of a hit while he's able to complete a nice ball.
Yeah, and I've got to ask you, is Rugby okay after that hit?
Yeah, you can't phase Rugby. He's a war turtle, man. He's awesome. So
I got to talk about the defense because I know you give up 63 points, but you did get to the quarterback several times today.
Yeah, it was one of those that saw something. You've seen Arthur Oliver being one of those guys that we blitzed quite a bit today, and they've had obviously their fair share of success, but where we see a little bit of leaks was in that offensive line there. So we were able to bring a pressure that was going to make it hard for them to be able to pick up. They made a great adjustment there in the second half and started sliding that way so that wouldn't happen again. So we tried to bring some pressure from the other way then. But it's good to see some negative plays created, positive plays for our defense. off those pressures.
That snow was falling today, Coach. It kind of picked up throughout the game, and that was not forecasted earlier this week to have a snow game.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'd rather play in that than 100 degrees for sure.
Fair enough.
I was just thinking that was at the first game or first weekend in October. It was like 90 degrees, and here we are in the second week in November, and we got snow on the ground here in Sioux City. You just never know what's going to hit you.
Yeah, it looks like next week's going to be 63 down in Fremont. It's like, if you don't like it, wait 15 minutes. It'll change.
Yeah,
I love South Dakota, man. Iowa, I guess, here where we are.
Yeah, it's at the junction of 3 states right here in Sioux City, Iowa. So, Coach, any positives you take away from this game? Did any player out there or a number of players kind of catch your eye? Okay, this guy had a good performance out here today.
Yeah, a number of them. A couple that we've mentioned already, Arthur Oliver. I thought DJ Brown and Lane Ferguson until he went down had a great job. Bryson Mitchell, a great game. Let's see here. I don't want to forget somebody. I think I said Moshe already. But being able to have certain guys being able to step up. You see Zoe right now, Zone being able to make some crucial catches there on third down, extend some drives. There are a lot of guys being able to step up, but just some of those crazy, weird, negative plays that either kills a drive or extends a drive for their offense that got to make sure we switch to make sure that we stay in these type of games. And usually when you're looking at a ranked opponent going in there in a situation like this, these kind of weather conditions you could use as a positive, and they reversed it and used it on us.
Coach, you just mentioned Bryson Mitchell, Lane Ferguson, a couple guys that went down. Can we get an update on them and anybody else who...
Yeah, Bryson seemed to be fine. It's just one of those that until we get a full evaluation, I didn't want to risk anything, especially with him being such a young guy. Something that turned into something serious. We got one game left to be able to finish off this season, and want to make sure that he was able to do that part. Lane Ferguson has just been a tough guy, battling a lot of injuries this year, and had a shoulder injury back in, I think half the season, maybe back in Doane. So he's got some issues with that, and he's such a big, strong guy. It's kind of hard to get that shoulder back in at times, so it takes some extra help here and there. So knowing Lane, nothing's going to keep him off the field. He'll be able to bounce back and be able to finish off his senior campaign.
Especially with one game left.
Yeah. Coach, there's always that talk about locker room leadership. And of course, you graduated 35 seniors here. You got some seniors, but after a game like this, who do you look to on the team to kind of rally the team on that bus ride home and in practice this week?
Yeah, defensively, DJ Brown's one of those guys that will constantly be the voice. He's obviously a big stature guy anyway, so everybody kind of looks to him, but he's also the voice of everything and getting guys locked in, because there's a lot of guys that are just kind of observing how do we respond in these situations. Rugby always does that, but he's more quiet about that and just say, I'm ready to go compete and get back to work. But Kyle Hirsch is another guy that will help lead us there just with his work ethic. And as I stated to you guys a few weeks ago, you have more fun working harder than anybody else, and that's something that we've really embraced.
Let's turn to the future. Midland, you mentioned going to Fremont, one more game. Tell me about this next week.
Yeah, if it's like anything else, it'll come down to the wire, just like the last few times we played Midland. So I know they've had ups and downs this year. They've had some big wins and some hurtful losses and all that. So I'm sure we'll have our work cut out for us. They've always have a good, hard defense, tough defense, and they've cycled quarterbacks at the beginning of the season, but it seemed like they found their guy that they've rolled with the last few games, and he is a dual threat, so we'll have to make sure that we stay assignment sound.
Coach, Midland the opponent, and it's been interesting games the last few years, no doubt about that. We look forward to talking with you later this week, and good luck next week against Midland.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Coach. That's John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers here today. It was Morningside victorious 63-20. The final score as we continue with the Aztec postgame show. Make sure you build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Well, we got a moment here as we continue the postgame show. Why don't we take a quick moment to check over the stats, check the stat board, being brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got?
Yep. We'll start off with the quarterback, Chevalier, 18 of 24, 314 yards, 75% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns. He had one heck of a game. Rugby Riken for the Lancers ended up 14 of 34, 246 yards, through the air. 41% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, had 3 interceptions as well. On the ground, the Lancers 131 yards as a team, 74 for Malachi Hartz, average 6 yards a carry. Rugby Riken at 34 yards. Kyle Hirsch had 23 on 5 carries. For Morningside, Kozad, a lot of these second half, late runs, and then long run of 80 at the end of the game, but 211 yards in the game. 97 yards for Birch, 29 for Wagner. Hudson had 25 as well. Receiving, Sellen did end up getting over the century mark, 103 yards on 4 catches and a touchdown. Brown had 73 yards on 3 and a touchdown. Nelson, 46 on 4. 3 catches for Kraft for 40 yards and a score. Sizzler had 34 yards and 3 catches, and Hudson had 1 for 18. For the Lancers, Waholtz, 2 for 25 receiving. Hirsch, 2 for 17. Carbajal, 2 for 17. Robinson, 1 for 8 in there. And then finally, Moshe Richmond, 6 catches, 182 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Team stats-wise, 34 first downs for Morningside, 19 for the Lancers. Time of possession, plus 9 minutes in favor of Morningside. One thing that worked against Morningside, they had 13 penalties today, 4 penalties. Meanwhile, against Mount Marty, they did not punt at all today. They had 1 punt attempt, but their punter's knee hit the ground while he was trying to catch the ball, so that he didn't get a punt. That was counted as a loss on a run. But, boy, what can you say? 626 yards of offense today for Morningside, 81 plays from scrimmage. This team looks like they are in playoff mode, and that will certainly be the case next week when Morningside plays host to the Dordt Defenders. While we got a moment here, let's check out the Gerstner Oil scoreboard, and we got scores from around the GPAC already. That score did go final in Sioux Center. Dordt wins over Concordia 56-20. That is a final score. It looks like Briarcliff did end up beating Dordt today 28-6. The final score in that one, Midland over Dakota Wesleyan 45-7. That game was played at Mitchell today, so Midland making a strong statement in their game today.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll be the opponent next week for the Lancers. Check around Lancer Nation as well. There's a couple of games upcoming here tonight. A couple of GPAC tournament games. The Mount Marty Lancer women's soccer program, after a first-round upset over number 1 Morningside in penalty kicks, they will take on Dordt over in Sioux Center at 5 o'clock. We're about an hour away from kickoff there, and thankfully the snow is finishing up here in at least Sioux City. Hopefully the same thing over in Sioux Center. They'll have decent conditions, hopefully, for that soccer match. And then the Mount Marty men's basketball team also in action today. They're going to be tipping off at 5, I believe, versus York. We will have coverage of that starting at 4:30, about 25 minutes away. Braden Butler will have the call of that one right here on KYNT, KYN-TV as well from the Simple Arena. And then later tonight, the Mount Marty volleyball team will be in the first round of the GPAC tournament as well at number 1 Northwestern, who is, I believe, 3rd in the country as well. They got a tough task ahead of them, but they can do it. We'll see what they've got later tonight.
And before we close up shop here, we got a couple of more items of business to take care of. First of all, our move of the game brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. We got one player with 2 great plays today, Tehl.
Yeah, Moshe Richmond had a couple of touchdown catches once again, and I think, the second one was definitely the more impressive of the 2 catches. Downfield, it's an 84-yard touchdown catch. But the first one is the one that had the most impact on the game. It was the Lancers' first score, and it made the game 14-7. The Lancers cut it to a 1-score game after early mistakes. That was back when they were looking like they were going to get back into this one. It was a great catch for Moshe Richmond, capping off a good drive as well. It ended up being a 36-yard touchdown catch from Rugby Riken to Moshe Richmond. He also had a 26-yard catch on 1st and 25. Just a few plays before that. He accounted for more than 62 yards of the drive on there. That was 79-yard total drive. He had over 62 yards of it and the score.
That first touchdown was really impressive. It was in the left side of the end zone, and there was tight coverage on that play. That was just a great one-on-one matchup, and Moshe Richmond just snatched it away from the defensive back. It was the first score of the game. You could go with either one of the move of the game, but we're going to give it either way to Moshe Richmond, and that brought to you by Mason Schramm. Now we move on to our Lancer player of the game. This is being brought to you by Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. And I think it's no secret it's probably going to be Moshe Richmond with our player of the game. He was stellar.
Yeah, on the offensive side of the ball for sure, but I want to give it to a defensive player as well, kind of split the award tonight.
Sure.
Moshe Richmond, his second straight game of 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. No denying his greatness on that one. But on the defensive side of things, you also had Arthur Oliver, who did come up with an interception and 2 sacks in the game as well. He sacked Chevalier twice and then had an interception as well. Arthur Oliver should split that on the defensive side.
I have no problem with that, as well as Arthur Oliver getting his 4th interception of the year on the defensive side of the ball. So we'll split the award between Oliver and Richmond today for our Lancer player of the game. Well, that's going to do it for our broadcast today. Our final score, 63-20. It's Morningside with the victory as we wrap up the Aztec postgame show. Tehl, final thoughts.
Yeah, final thoughts for the Lancers. Shake this one off. Go finish off your season on a good note down in Fremont. You got the Midland Warriors. You're at their place. And the last 2 years, you have been down going into the 4th quarter, and you've made some crazy comebacks. We're going to talk about it a lot more on our airwaves throughout the week this week, and obviously in the pregame show next week. Those 2 comebacks against the Midland Warriors, you know they remember those, and they're going to be trying to avenge those here next week. They handled Dakota Wesleyan very, very well today. What was the final score of that one again?
45-7.
Yeah, so
it was Midland victorious.
They're rolling right now. So the Lancers got another good task ahead, but you can end the season on a good note if you go get that win.
And they'll have the opportunity to do that. It is 1 o'clock kickoff. We'll hit the airwaves at high noon on KYNT. We'd like to thank the staff here at Morningside for being very gracious hosts here at Olsen Stadium. Again, they do a fine job here. And believe it or not, the field's clear.
Yeah.
Can you believe this?
Oh, my gosh. It's starting to melt. Field is very wet from the snow, but it is clear. One more thing we should mention once again, one more time. Braden Butler going to be in the studio coming up here in just over 20 minutes. Ahead for Mount Marty men's basketball versus York, the final non-conference game of the year, live from the Simple Arena at 4:30, tip-off at 5 o'clock.
Wow, we got volleyball, we got soccer, we got football, we got basketball.
It's a loaded day.
It's a great time of the year, folks. And unfortunately, the Lancers lose today, but they got a chance to finish off the season with a win. Again, noon Central Time next week. We'll have the pregame show kick off 1 o'clock, Mount Marty on the road at Midland in Fremont, Nebraska. That'll do it for today's broadcast. Thanks to all of our sponsors for their support of Mount Marty Athletics. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, signing off from a snowy Olsen Stadium in Sioux City, Iowa. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT. Good afternoon, everybody.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.